Everybody's present. Do I have a motion for approval of the minutes?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yong Lai?
Yeah.
Come on front.
So this is item number 60?
Yes, item number 60. You see? Yep, you're applying for a Class B beer license and Class C beer. So it's new existing? Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
he's the same owner, it's just a new corporation name.
Oh, okay. So we're just going through this formality. basically.
Yes.
Changes.
So we're good on the quote and everything? Okay.
Yeah, because we are one brother is leaving. He opened another business. So yeah,
Okay.
same agent, only different ownership.
Move approval.
Fine.
Second.
Last seconds. For approval. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thanks for coming in.
That's
You're all
it.
good?
That's nice and easy.
Yeah, that was easy. The easiest one tonight.
Okay,
Lawrence Roby?
thanks, Ann.
You're welcome.
Let's get a new existing, well, we're changing, just changing owners?
Just changing owners.
And you've done this for a while?
I was in West Allis from about 96 to 07.
But have you owned a bar before?
Yeah, the doctor's office.
Oh, okay.
I remember you.
Has anybody gone? Anybody have any questions?
And, Mr. Chair,
Alderman Weigl?
you've worked for Scott for a while too? Have you been working there
I've
for a couple
actually
years?
worked for him for 5 years. I had a 2-year hiatus down in Arkansas. I moved down there to keep an eye on my mom and my uncle,
Yeah.
and then I came back to purchase the place.
And you're gonna run substantially the same business he has there. He's done,
Yes.
he did well there. I think.
Right.
And we haven't had any problems with him.
No.
Because I know somebody's gonna say Scott who? The previous owner. We never saw Scott.
All right.
I'm gonna move approval, sir. Second.
Is that approval subject to necessary requirement?
Yes.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you much.
That's it. We'll be going in front of the council this evening.
I'll make the speech right now.
Right.
Any actions this committee takes tonight still has to be approved by the entire council. And any licenses that are approved are, you don't actually have the license till you physically have it in your hand. Positive actions, the license will be available for pickup tomorrow from, say, 10:30 to 2:30. You can pick it up in the clerk's office. If you don't pick it up in the clerk's office, it'll be mailed to your address. So if you really need it right away, come get it tomorrow, otherwise it's gonna go in the mail.
Okay. Pantry 41? See? Okay, so you've withdrawn your Class A liquor, and you applied for a Class A beer, correct?
I just want to make it clear, this is the continuation of the first application which we have applied for liquor license, and we was in front of you before. And then from your comments in the past, I just want to be put in the record that, there was one available. The way I understand is from your comments last time, first come, first basis, and we are based on the, per your comments, we have right to that. If you approve today, that will belong to us, that one.
The beer.
What I like to explain for the record, this is a continuation of the first application which we did for
Right.
A liquor.
Right.
And what my understanding from listening to the last comments and either from here or from the other places, what we want to do is basically we want equal treatment under the law for the same business, particularly Quick Trip.
Right.
What my understanding is from hearing here and other places, that you're gonna treat us the same way, and Quick Trip going to be just going to have the beer license. Go ahead.
But, well, that hasn't been determined yet.
Yeah,
But,
assuming that's the case, we prefer, under all your comments and all the records, since we apply liquor A, and we decided to, as long as we've been treated equally as Quick Trip, because that's our main business, gas stations, and then we reduced to the beer. And in the event that you approve Quick Trip differently, then we'll come back and see you again.
okay.
I'd like to
And you are who?
My name's Ellen Kozel. I live at 2025 South 107th Street. And I did a non-prepared statement at the last hearing. I make inside and outside purchases at the BP station.
Well,
Mr. Chair?
just, okay,
I guess I'm curious, is this a public hearing, or?
no, this isn't a public hearing.
Yeah.
So that's why it just, I was gonna say, no, it's not a, you concerned about the layout?
Well,
No, we had a
But-
question on that, Alderman. Who are you for the record?
I am Attorney
Tell her.
Ajit Aswalia, representing Spring West LLC. I'm part of.
You're the attorney?
Attorney and one of the member of the Spring West.
This isn't a public hearing, we're not gonna take
Okay.
comment from people, so.
okay, yeah.
If you had
okay.
something written you wanna give to us, you can give to us.
Yes, and I've got enough copies for everybody.
Sure, thank you.
So everybody understands, we gotta go, somebody wants to go over the layout, because there was a problem with that last time. It's written in the agenda as a Class A liquor, but it's going to be a Class A beer. And the public hearing that we had, it works towards a Class A beer also, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, this would be voting to go over quota? No, this is not, this is, we had that one left, right, okay, so it's not, so,
So, Mr. Chair, just to kind of bring it all together, you withdrew your hard liquor.
But,
Yes.
with the understanding that one thing is I think under the law, I want to be treated equally.
I guess I just answer that question. You're
Yes.
just doing away with the hard liquor and you're going for our last beer license. our
Yes.
10th.
Yes.
If I may as well, just to clarify one thing, sorry, Mr. Chair. Any new applicant, whether it's gonna be a Class A or Class B, is not entitled to a license.
Right.
It's a may license, you may have a license. It's gonna be a discretionary act on the board or the bodies making that decision, okay?
correct.
Okay.
So basically what he's saying is that if we okay for somebody else, doesn't mean that you get it, you know, something.
No, but I only think I'm saying, all I'm asking for,
You're asking
in
for
the-
us to be fair.
be fair
Right.
and treat under equal under the law and due process, that's pretty, you guys are smart people, so I just want to put in the record in case we have to go further.
Okay,
One more thing. Are any of the owners up here in front of us?
Yeah, he's
And he's the agent,
Okay,
he's the agent, and plus
Okay.
he's the one
thank you.
manages and then,
okay. Anybody else got any further questions?
I do
wait.
on the layout of the licensed premises.
okay.
Oh, we just gave that.
In my attached documents, it's not what was just handed around here. It shows a new walk-in cooler being installed, like 15 by 15.
Yeah, because the last time one of the elder person, he said your beer is not secured. So then we plan to do the 3-door cooler with the lock in, so that at 9 o'clock we will be locked.
Yes.
And
So,
it will be secure and it will be separate.
okay, but then the map also shows an island of warm beer.
Yeah, warm beer, so that we will in the night at 9 o'clock we will do the tarp on, so that
Okay,
we will
okay,
have
okay.
access. We had the railing and everything.
And,
Around.
and so your other shelves, it shows.
No,
a
nothing, yeah.
It's just gonna be Gatorade and soda and
Yeah,
milk.
yeah. The other cooler will be all the beverage.
And I think a lot was made of what the look and feel of the business is gonna be when people bring, like, if a family or a child comes in there. And is it gonna look like a liquor store, or is it
No,
gonna
no,
look?
it is only 3-door versus 18-door. We had the 18-door cooler right there. Yeah. The
So it's,
soda
or
pop.
not a liquor store, it's gonna look like a beer,
No,
it's gonna
it
look
is
like a
only-
convenience store.
Yeah,
You're gonna
convenience
have hot dogs on a roller,
Everything will be the same. It is just addition with 3-door. That's it.
okay. Well, this is showing 4 doors, I think.
It
Four-door,
actually
yeah,
including
is
the
one
walk-in
is
door.
walk-in,
Oh, one's
yeah.
one's the person door, okay, I
Walk-in,
guess.
yes.
I may add, just to explanation, the idea was when last conversations you were talking about, I know that you and some other members are concerned about once the 9 o'clock, whatever the time is to close, so nobody has the access to the, at that time, we were talking about liquor and beer both together. And then at that time, even now, we are willing to just move a couple of doors from the other existing one. But after your comments, and we revisited the place, then plus we were thinking now only just a beer. Because see, if we have everything liquor, obviously we have to do something with other liquor too, lock. But then we looked at it, we looked at other places too. And then we saw that we are willing to put a separate cooler which can easily lock. And then for the 30-door, that 30 big, there's a Walgreens closed next door. There was the metal, I bought from that
Metal
place.
gates, yeah.
So that 30 in the daytime, it can sell as a big package. And then in the nighttime, we already have the metal bought from the Walgreens. And then we can wrap it around the nighttime so nobody can have a temptation to, grab it or something.
Okay, well, Mr. Sheriff, just real
Hold on,
quickly, you can have like fresh milk and bread and any
Everything,
fruit?
everything.
You can
we
have all
sell
that kind of
already.
stuff?
Yeah, we're taking SNAP, the food stamp card.
Okay.
So we keep all those.
So you can have all that? Okay.
Everything as it is right now.
Especially with Walgreens going
Coffee
away.
will be there, yeah. No,
Walgreens is
we
closed.
had all those.
Yeah.
We already had.
Yeah.
Fresh fruits too.
Okay, anybody have anything else? No, this approval will be as amended. A motion,
So moved.
a second?
Second.
Okay, this is, we got a motion and a second on this. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, then we're gonna move, we're gonna skip around here to item number 73, which is the ordinance. Which one are you doing now? 73. That's the ordinance. Yeah, Tracy's here. I saw him come in. Yeah, he's over. Yeah. Okay, is there any questions? Has everybody read through this? Is 73. Does anybody have any questions on this?
Mr. Chair. This item was up for discussion at a prior meeting, and so as a result, I mentioned it, but I want to make sure that it's clear for the record that I'm recommending a couple changes to it. One is based on a miscommunication. I misunderstood Alderman Stefanski's request. So the original version included both beer and liquor. This version I'm about to read to you removes the beer part of it, so that only Class A liquor licenses are prohibited at gas stations. The second part is that there's a relatively new state law that actually requires a Class A liquor license to be issued if it's limited only to ciders. So your pear cider, your apple cider, it's a low alcohol by volume type of fruit-based drink. It's technically an intoxicating liquor because it doesn't contain malt. So it would usually only be sold under a Class A liquor. But there's a state law, a special state law that says if you give someone a Class A beer, you are required, a shall issue license has to be issued for a Class A cider only. Does not authorize any other liquor, does not authorize wine, does not authorize schnapps, does not authorize any other spirits.
So when you're voting on the beer, it automatically is in there, or we have to say it?
You don't have to say it, it's just that if someone comes in to ask for a cider license as well, the clerk will have to issue it.
Okay.
They have to request the cider, but there's no discretion to deny that one if they have a beer license already granted. So you still control it whether they get the beer, but if you grant the beer, they also get the cider. Frankly, I think it's more of a technicality issue because a cider is very similar to something like a a wine cooler or like a Mike's Hard Lemonade, which is a malt-based beverage still, but very much like the same genre of types of alcohol. So it's not so much a practical issue than it is a technical issue, which is why I'd only ask that the committee consider the motion agenda to read something like this, if I could read it off, Mr. Chair.
Right.
Just simply saying, no Class A, which is the intoxicating liquor, license may be granted after August 7th, which would be the effective date after passage if it is tonight, for any premises where gasoline or diesel fuel is sold at retail in connection with the premises, except that this restriction does not apply if the Class A license, and this is the new part, contains the condition that retail sales of intoxicating liquor are limited to cider, which is language I copied and pasted directly from the state law, or the premises for which the Class A license is issued is connected to a premises where gasoline or diesel fuel is sold at retail by a secondary doorway that serves as a safety exit and is not the primary entrance to the Class A premises. That has to do with the strip mall item, where if there's a gas station at the corner of a strip mall, the adjacent building, as long as there's a primary entrance, could be a Class A liquor store, but it could not, even if it shares an exit door in the back, that would not connect the premises. So that's the version that I'd ask that the committee consider tonight.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Alderman Weigel.
So with this separate door issue, because I think like a lot of us, I've been looking at gas station liquor stores the last 6 months. And some of them have the gas station, and it looks like it's part of the gas station, but it's a liquor store with a separate front door to go in, and sometimes a separate cash register, and sometimes not. I'm gonna talk about Quick Trip. Okay, so would this amendment allow Quick Trip to get liquor?
Only if Quick Trip is under a separate entity and identification, rented a different unit.
Okay.
And then got a license for that unit.
It would have to be a separate business, separate employees.
And that door would be a secondary emergency exit only type door where people don't go in and out there unless they have to escape
Okay.
that area, or they're leaving for the night because
Yeah.
they're employees.
And the
something
Quick
like
Trip
that.
building is already being built and all that.
So the way it would work out is the actual location where the convenience activities are going on, where the food is sold, where the cashier registers are.
Yeah.
No alcohol would take place there. That wouldn't be part of the premises.
Right.
Okay.
And, Mr. Chair,
Alderman Weigel.
one more thing. No ABV limit on the cider? Because, there was a time when beers topped out at like 5%, and now there's beers that are 32%. And I can imagine that sometime somebody in the cider business might catch on and go, oh, in Wisconsin, we can sell, ciders everywhere beer is sold at 32%. I imagine it's technically possible. No, there's no ABV limit in the state language.
Not that I'm aware of. I can look quick, but
And we can always change it later on.
true. I mean, at this point in time, I would say there's no limit that I'm aware of.
Okay.
But just like now, someone can sell
No,
32%
yeah,
beer.
Okay. Is there any?
I just,
Alderman
so,
Rowe?
what Kale just said, Attorney Decker said, no more liquor at gas stations, only beer and the hard cider, correct?
Yeah.
That's what this ordinance says.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair?
Alderman
And not wine.
Correct.
And FYI, the hot drink right now is White Claw. Okay.
Weigel. Salsa stuff.
That seltzer stuff. A lot of them are malt-based, and they'd be technically considered a beer. They're only like 5% ABV anyways. Very popular product right now, so. But
So that would be included, Marty?
that would be allowed.
Would be
Because
allowed.
it's malt-based.
So that's we're way outside of our where we're looking at this thing, but there's a lot of seltzers that are actually not.
Some are
malt-based.
vodka-based, yeah. Some of them are booze. Yeah.
Sugar-based.
Yeah.
Like a rum.
Yeah.
Some others are not. Frankly, it's sort of up to the distributors to determine how they can distribute, because obviously the distributor and the licensee should know what they can acquire.
Well, we're gonna
based
count on them getting
licenses.
it
So like a White Claw has a FDA label,
Yeah.
which means that it's not necessarily regulated as a fermented malt beverage.
What?
'Cause no beers have to have a FDA label of ingredients. But White
But
Claw
they're
does.
allowed to do it.
They're allowed to do it, which is the problem. They don't have to disclose their ingredients though, but they do, and they don't have any malt in their ingredients. White Claw does
Well,
not.
so White Claw would not be allowed in gas stations. Is it?
It doesn't look like it's a fermented malt beverage.
Okay,
But-
not that I care.
I'd say I haven't had that complaint yet.
White Claw sold by beer distributors.
Steve?
Since you're on the subject, sake is a wine in this state, so that would also fall under a liquor license.
Right, yeah, it's rice wine, yeah. Okay.
Anything else?
That's it.
Do I have a motion?
Move approval with the amendment as Attorney Decker stated it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Alderman Root, seconds. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So the ordinance passes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I need to get to a advisory committee meeting for a interview of a ANF candidate or a PFC.
Okay.
Hey, Neff, which one of us is leaving?
The next item will be item number 63, and the chair will relinquish to Alderman Rowe.
Yes, I guess, let it be shown that Alderman Chapletsky is recused from this item, and, what was the name again?
Ricky Main.
Oh, Rick, is that, okay, could you please come up here?
63.
Thank you.
That's Pepe's Pizza. Oh, okay. That he understands what's going on?
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Already there, just being transferred over, is that it?
No, there's no license.
So
there.
1329 is your address?
Yes, sir.
License there.
Okay.
It's new,
We're gonna do
So we'll
non-existing.
be overflowed.
No.
Okay. The
Escobar
landlord.
surrendered theirs, that
Oh,
left one available.
okay. Just for me?
Mr. Chair, I had asked the applicant to make sure that we had something from the landlord saying that the landlord knew and
Right,
understood
with the
that,
pergolas,
yeah,
pergolas,
where the half of that,
Oh, and that's the letter.
the porch,
right?
that's a letter from the landlord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you, did you look at it?
Yeah.
Are we happy with that?
Well, I don't know Sean's signature, I'm sure it's not forged.
No, no.
But I'll be asking him later.
You sure can, even after the call thing, you can ask me.
So there's a license available and you're just applying for it now, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval.
Second.
And that approval will likely be subject to necessary requirements, I think that's understood in my motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Wait, any discussion?
Oh,
Because
discussion.
I do have a question. Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Um,
Alderman Weigel.
Mr. Main, I'm looking at your application here, and you kind of Xed out all the options that people check off. You're not gonna have any music at all? You're not gonna have like background music?
Oh, I know that was it, no, we would do it back up, background.
Yeah, because it's, yeah, so you're gonna have, whether it's a phonograph or you're gonna have some sort of music playing.
Yes.
Because it says identify if sound amplification is used, and you just check no.
Oh, I
But you're gonna
see.
have like a stereo playing,
Yeah, it's just, yeah. it's-
no jukebox.
No
you-
jukebox,
you-
no.
And none of those amusement devices, the for amusement only things. and
No, they
none of
use
that.
the TV.
Yeah, okay, good. And no karaoke, none of that other stuff, just
No what?
karaoke?
No.
Yeah, I saw your Facebook post about sit back, relax, and have a nice.
Yes.
Slow down a little bit,
Right, yeah.
kinda like that.
Yeah,
Yeah. That was the only question I had.
okay,
so.
you wouldn't wanna hear me sing anyway.
Okay, it's been moved. Any further discussion? It has been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none, and present. Okay. Thank you.
And you heard what I said before about you were licensed, you're still waiting for inspection?
I have one tomorrow,
Okay.
yes. And the gentleman here, thanks for your time.
Sure, yeah, thanks
He
for
can explain that to you guys.
I fixed the clock while you guys were gone and everyone was watching. So that was
have
the
the tall guy do
entertainment.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Thank you, everyone, you take care. So I go down tomorrow, you said, or something for that, or
You can stop by tomorrow.
after
We can,
10 or something?
yeah, after 10.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If it's ultimately
Good,
approved.
okay.
If
thank
it's
you.
What's that?
I'm now the chair again,
Have at it.
unless you're gonna fight me over it, I don't know.
No coup.
Jennifer Schroeder.
Hi, how are you guys?
Hello. This is third request.
Yeah, I had called on the other ones. I
Yeah.
was scheduled to work and I couldn't get out.
Okay, so this is a new bartender's license?
Yeah.
Spelled.
And you're gonna be at the Brass Monkey,
No, that's where I had worked
That's where she was working.
previously.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay,
Mr. Chair,
Hold
Yeah.
it. Alderman Haas.
on the police report, it says you have a warrant for disorderly conduct. Have you resolved that? What's
That
going
was
on?
Years ago. That was a long time ago.
Okay.
Yeah, that ticket's paid, that's been done.
If I could, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
I did include the police report from her last license application, and that's what that one is.
That's what it's from.
Ah, see,
Sorry.
That's why it's written with magic marker for 2017, 2018
Yeah, I
license.
should read, yeah, very clearly, thank you.
Sorry.
It shows your license is expired?
Yeah, that's the old one again,
Oh, it's
Alderman.
still
Yeah,
old
that's,
carryover?
yeah.
Yeah, the same mistake I
Okay.
made.
Okay.
So is it current now?
My
Driver's license?
driver's license, no, I haven't gotten it back from I think I'm here because of my DUI. And I haven't, it's still revoked.
And you got here how tonight?
My boyfriend,
And he's here?
yep.
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval. And Alderman
Do I
Weidel
have-
can
do I
give.
have
I can give this, I gotta give the speech again?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Do I
You
have a
can, you can
for-
second and then give.
I'll
the speech.
second.
Okay.
And, Ms. Schrader, so you have two OWIs?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the concerning part.
Mhm.
So
I
on,
understand.
on those occasions, you showed bad judgment for yourself, and when you're bartending, and where will you be bartending?
Brown's Powerhouse,
Okay, and so when you're bartending, you're gonna be making those decisions for your customers.
right.
And we want you to help them make the right choices, okay? And so when and if there is a problem, and I don't think we've had much at Bronze, but, if you ever think you should call 911, call 911.
Right.
We have trained professionals, I don't think anybody's here right now, in blue suits that will come help you solve the problem, you know, and when they come, we want you to be a partner with them, not, oh, I didn't see anything, officer.
Right,
Oh, yeah, I don't know what
absolutely.
happened, officer. Yeah, I know the guy's name is Bill, I think his last initial is K, he left in a blue Camaro, whatever. Okay, we want you to be a partner with us. There may be an occasion when, the police do a compliance check for tobacco or alcohol,
Yep.
and, you know,
Yep, they've come in before.
you could conceivably get an expensive ticket or get fired, depending on what the policy is where you work. So we want you to be our partner in this and help make the city a better place.
Right.
And when I look at the other police reports that we have from today, from the places where we have problems, at least two of them, or maybe I'm thinking of the July report, where the customers are highly intoxicated. One point where the customer couldn't stand without help, okay? And this happened in one of our licensed establishments. Those kinds of things are troubling to us, or to me at least.
No, us.
Yeah, no, I
Ed
understand.
nods, yeah. So, we don't wanna see that happen.
Right.
As a licensed bartender, you know it's against the law for you to serve somebody who's drunk.
Right.
You remember that from your training.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I just,
Alderman Rowe.
and your boyfriend's gonna drive you to work every day?
I usually Uber.
Okay. Fair enough.
We don't even have to explain it to him anymore.
Yeah, I still got that lip hanging up.
Okay, is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Awesome, thank you guys.
Okay, we're gonna take 65 and 66. Do I have Donald Zitlow?
No, you got Ryan.
We got Ryan. Donald's not here, okay, you got.
The
I was
owner is
gonna-
not here,
I was
no.
gonna say
The owner
Ryan.
from Quick Trip, the 84-year-old guy
Oh,
from
forget it.
Yeah.
on Alaska didn't come down?
Yeah, I apologize.
I think he's 84, right?
Oh, I see. I should read the note you put on
It's
for me, huh?
okay. It's
Okay.
okay.
Well, as you just saw in the ordinance we passed, that we're gonna be only allowing beer in gas stations. So, you have an application for a Class A, liquor, and then want to go over, petition to go over quota.
Is there is there a reason why we're going away from the liquor in the gas stations? And I mean, Quick Trip, I wouldn't consider Quick Trip a gas station. I would consider it a convenience store with gas on the side. And all of our liquor is kept behind the counter. No one's touching it but our coworkers.
Right.
Mr. Chair?
Oh,
Do you live in West Allis?
I live in Oak Creek.
Okay, so, just so, by way of background, up until like a year ago, we didn't even have beer at a single gas station in West Allis. It had always just been our policy. Okay, so the idea of, there was a lot of people that spoke very strongly against mixing alcohol with that much with driving, let's say. You know, you're right about Quick Trips. I guess my question for you, you're just a store manager and not a regional manager or anything? or-
I'm a Store leader, yes, sir.
Store leader, okay. So, does every Quick Trip have liquor and beer? Is it
In every ordinance that we can, it will have liquor
where you
and beer.
can? What I'm
Yes.
saying is,
Yep.
this is like store 167 or something? No, it says 1,047. You don't have 1,000 stores.
No, we have, we're almost at 700, 667 or something like that.
Do you know how many of those have no alcohol at all?
I know,
Some of them probably do.
I know the one, I know store 312 in Kenosha doesn't have any because it's right across the street from Kenosha Bradford, the high school.
Oh,
So
okay. It's
being so
proximity to a
close
school.
high school, they can't
Yeah.
have it, so.
Yeah. So it's really not a deal breaker for Quick Trip. We understand it's an extra profit center for you. Get that, but, so, okay.
I mean, there's not many, I mean, we have cameras on cameras, we have some of the best systems, security systems in our industry. You know, the way that we act and the way that our business is run ethically, our systems won't allow you to sell beer after 9 o'clock.
Yeah, well, that's not the only
And-
issue. But I just wanted to let you know, kind of our background here is, that
Yeah.
it really is only a year ago that we just allowed the first gas station to even have any beer at all. And we've had a long discussion about gas and alcohol and liquor and the difference between beer and wine and liquor. And we've just kind of settled on the idea that we're gonna allow beer, at least for now, so.
We had a long, long discussion about it with the first people we had up here, because they had applied for the license and
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
So, so the only thing we allow you to have is beer, okay? Now, there's the combination class, A liquor, well, we still have to go to a quota, because we don't have any more beer. So we're still gonna have to have a public hearing to go over a quota. Okay, so how would you like to do this, Nick? How would you, does he have to reapply for these, or, no? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Cale, but, so this includes a Class B, just to make sure that, it's a Class A right now, and so. we've
That,
already-
the application is for a Class A liquor.
Right.
And that's number 66. Number 65 is for a petition to go over quota for a Class A liquor.
Do they already have a Class B, I guess, is my question.
No.
They don't.
No,
They don't have
no.
anything.
So the way, since the application is, so technically two licenses being applied for, one is a Class A liquor, one's a Class A beer. Given the ordinance that was just passed, if the committee would like to do so, you can decide whether to approve the Class A beer separately, and then decide to deny the Class A liquor in a separate motion, or even in one motion. But because there are two applications currently pending, you can proceed that way. The question is whether there's a hearing needs to be had first to exceed the quota, I guess.
Yeah,
Handles that.
so do we vote on the number 66, or do we wait till after the public hearing?
Depends how you want to proceed.
We
Right.
talked about this before.
It depends how you want to proceed. I think historically, how this committee had done is placed this on file until after the public hearing, or not on file,
We
but
held-
held this until after the public hearing, at least from my experience being.
Right, okay.
in this
I-
position.
That is what we had done in the past. So,
And obviously, you're not ruled by what you do in the past if you want to do something
Right,
different and
I
start
understand.
proceeding that way going forward, but that's just what we've done.
all in Wago.
And also, we have a quota.
I understand.
Okay, so that's why we just don't even have one to give you today. So that's why there's a petition to go over quota, and that to go over quota requires a public hearing, so.
I have another thing here to meet back here on the 3rd as well. Is that what that's for?
That's it.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Are we in September? You're talking about September
Yeah,
3rd
Yeah,
already?
that's what it would be for.
Okay.
That's
so
what that'd be
there's no
for.
meetings.
Because I was
So-
told to be here today and be here on September
Okay.
3rd for common council.
Okay, so then, if we have the public hearing on the 3rd, we can vote to, okay, the license on the 3rd also. So as of the 3rd, you'd have the license. When you planning on opening?
We're opening the 13th. of
Hey,
September.
hey.
So it runs,
Is that official? We can tell people that? Because this is on TV, just so you know. The public.
Lots of people watch.
We,
Very highly rated committee.
we haven't missed the date yet. Putting all my eggs in the basket there.
okay, so what I need from the committee is a motion.
To hold
Uh,
65.
Yes, we
No,
just
no.
hold 65
No, number
Public hearing.
65 is what we gotta pass.
is the petition.
That's, because that's a petition.
Yeah, I'll move approval on that.
Second.
Wait, This says for Class A, but it'd be,
For B, as amended for
Or
B.
class A, B.
Excuse me,
Class
A
A
beer, A, Class A beer only.
do we need, should we amend this just to make it clear? Or just so we can amend it in the motion?
Title is
The
stuck.
title's stuck as it is, but the motion should be to approve the petition to exceed for the Class A beer and deny the Class A liquor.
Okay,
I'll move to
Make that
approve
motion.
the petition for the Class A beer and deny the Class A liquor.
do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
This is
Alderman Rule.
approving beer right now,
That's
No.
to go over quota,
No.
No, this lets us have the hearing for, to go over
This is
quota.
just for the hearing.
just for the hearing,
Just
okay.
for the hearing.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
I will see you on September 3rd.
Thanks.
Thank you.
The other guy wants to come, he can too.
Don?
Yeah,
we'll
Mr.
see.
Quick Trip.
I'll see if I can talk him into it. He's a busy guy.
Sharon Butterfield?
What number?
This is 67, yeah. Oh. Oh, okay. Is Joseph here? You're Joseph?
Yes.
I see. Okay. I want to call you in front of us simply because when we call all new applicants in, we always say, if there's any problems, you call the police. We always say, when you call the police, you cooperate with the police. You did neither. You know, and so, I don't know why, you know, but, you know, we're not gonna tolerate, you know, you punching your customers, you know, and, then when the police come, you know, you're uncooperative. So, I don't know what were the circumstances or anything.
Yes, sir. Are you Joseph Butterfield?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I address a concern here? I have an open case currently that I pled not guilty to.
Okay.
And so that hasn't come yet, so my concern is,
Self-incrimination.
well, not even necessarily that. Is it anything that I said, how it would be construed necessarily? So, because I do have an open case currently, so, what do I do here?
Well, basically, we're just calling you in,
Okay.
you know, to basically reprimand you for doing this and that we're not going to tolerate it. Now, if you go to court and they're saying you didn't punch a guy and this didn't happen, with the exception about the police, you know, the police report about cooperation, you know, then that's different. But as far as we know, we have a police report here, you know, and you didn't follow our instructions like we want you to. So, does anybody else have anything to add?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Alderman White.
Yeah, that's our big concern, is that the victim shows up someplace else injured, okay? And again, don't know what happened, and I guess the right thing to do is for you to not answer any of our questions. You know, I get that, I'm not gonna hold that against you. But, you know, when we have somebody show up at the police station, or Aurora, or another bar injured, you know, and it turns out it may have been you, the owner, that did this, you know, Mr. Chair, I'm gonna suggest that we hold this.
If I may, there was an error in that. I'm the general manager.
Oh, you're the manager.
Yes, she's,
I'm the owner.
Okay.
Okay, that was on the police report.
Oh,
They
well,
didn't wanna
yeah,
put-
yeah, okay.
I don't think it's necessary really to hold this, you know, unless you got a lot of other questions that you can't ask until this is done.
Well, that's
I
what-
think the whole idea was having here, to have him get the point.
You know.
And I think he's got it. She definitely got it.
Bet.
I think he's got an understanding here, and,
Yeah.
unless.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to move to place on file, but with an additional discussion point that
Okay, can I get a second first?
Second.
Yep, and, yeah, we'll place this on file in regard to your tavern license, the municipal citation issue, that's another one, but in regard to your tavern license, if something like this happens again, if you're back here again, we'll be talking about suspending or revoking your license.
Understood.
And Mr. Chairman, and-
Alderman Rowe?
and just to kind of coattail on what Alderman Weigel said, this does happen, not a lot, but enough to get our attention where people do go to the police department the next day. Or sometimes at night and say, hey, this is what happened to me, so it does happen.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Just watch it, okay?
Thank you.
Sure. That's it.
Thank you much.
Stephen Mick? Stephen Mick?
68,
Oh,
correct?
Yes, and 69.
68 and 69. You have two of them. You know why you're here.
I know about one of them, yes.
Okay, well, both of them happened, I believe, the same day, minutes apart.
Hours apart.
Hours apart?
Hour and a half.
Oh, I see what two, okay, hours apart.
1 hour.
Okay, here was my concern on this. How long you been there? How long you own that?
6, 7 months.
6, 7 months. This is, sorry, Joe, this is the one owner, all the violations. These are the other two owners. You're already in 6 months equaled the other, what the other two had. It's, and the problem we have with it is that the extreme intoxicated. When the police officer comes up and they're really drunk. Now, granted, we know that they necessarily didn't get all drunk in your place, or, sometimes they can walk in and you can throw them out and they can get a fight outside, and you never serve them. But I was just very concerned seeing that there was two of them this short a period of time. You need to really watch this. And you need to watch what happens when you go outside your bar
Right.
also.
May I ask?
And wait, I take it back, there was one of them, I think, started inside the bar.
Right,
One of
that's
the
what I
fights.
know about. I'm unaware of the second one.
Okay.
And I just sold my house, I didn't get the mail, I know it was mailed
Right.
to me, I didn't get this. So, this particular evening, I had my own event downtown, so I wasn't at the bar.
Mhm.
So I heard about this separately.
Mr. Chair, just to be clear, these are basically gonna be two separate nights. One's just after midnight
Mhm.
on June
And
15th, the
one was
other
the
one's
next
gonna
day.
be the next
Business
evening
day,
before,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's
So,
right.
yeah.
Gotta get back into the military.
But it is like, it would be two business
So it'd be like
nights.
a Friday and a Saturday
Yeah.
night.
Yeah. Two separate, but I'm just taking them both up at the same time, because that's the reason why
Yeah.
we called you in.
So, to clarify, and
Yes.
which is somewhat ironic, I actually had a fight downtown, but I was in
Mhm.
an MMA fight. So Friday night I stayed in, which is unusual, and then Saturday night I was at this event, which is also unusual.
Right.
So for me to be gone 2 nights in a row is very unusual. I've since actually removed the security guard who called in, so I had no security Saturday night.
Mhm.
And then one of the bartenders is also gone as well.
Okay.
And Mr.
So,
Chair?
all in row.
And I've hired 3 more security since then.
And I remember you when you came in for your license, but I don't recall, do you own another bar?
I do not know.
Work downtown.
Yep, I was working downtown, yeah.
Mr. Chair?
For a bar?
Correct, for a ownership group called Wild Planet at the time, no longer.
Okay.
Do you still do all-you-can-drink promos, like around sports games?
During the sports games, yeah.
So like
the
every
weekday
Brewer
ones.
game,
Mhm.
every,
Brewers, Bucks, Packers, weekday
and Badgers?
ones, not Badgers.
Not Badgers. But it's like $20 all you can drink?
It's weekday ones, yeah.
Okay, but it's like $20 all you can drink?
It's 12.
Oh, it's $12.
Yeah, it's just rails and domestic tap, single
Well,
rails.
but
and
it's
domestic
$12 all you can drink.
Well, all you can drink within reason, yeah.
Yeah. And were either of these
No, we
nights
have
one of
absolutely
those?
no specials on the nights where these took place. We've had no issues with
I'm not
these
a fan
things.
of all you can drink things.
Yeah.
But, yeah, somebody's gotta be watching
Mhm.
who's getting served.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
That's it.
Move to place on file?
That's both of them?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? you have anything on this?
I don't.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Gotta watch it.
Yep.
We don't wanna, like Joe had.
I don't want that either.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
before we jump in, I would go doing 70, 71, and 72 next.
Yes.
Do you mind if I give a little
Go ahead.
spiel or legal advice right off the bat here? So I'm gonna be acting as the prosecutor on these potentially, and so I'm not gonna be able to advise the committee generally. I can advise the process, what's happening, but I'm not gonna be able to give any recommendations or anything along those lines, especially when we get started here. So I wanna make sure that it's clear options available to the committee at this point prior to starting calling any people up. If an applicant does not, or a licensee does not appear today, we can take that as the complaint is true and decide whether to impose basically 3 avenues of action. A warning letter, a suspension between 10 to 90 days, it doesn't have to be consecutive, and then a revocation. If a licensee does appear, they have 2 options: 1, admit, or 2, deny. If they admit, they can take that same process where it'd be kind of a sentencing type arrangement, warning letter, suspension 10 to 90 days, doesn't have to be consecutive, and then a revocation. Or if they deny, it'd be set for a separate hearing date where we would have evidence presented. There'd be a separate attorney here for the board that has been screened from these hearings. I'd be the prosecutor again on that side, on the other side, I should say. And so that was how the process would work. Alternatively, if the committee wants to, if somebody either does not show up or admits to certain allegations, they don't have to admit to all allegations. If they do admit to all or some of the allegations, we can still set it for a hearing, or you could take what they said is true and determine what they want to do on today's date. If you don't want to make any decision on today's date, you can set it off for another time to do that sentencing type argument as well. You do have the ability to go into closed session today if somebody admits. If you'd like to do that, I will not be part of that, and I cannot be part of that. Okay?
Okay. Everybody understand?
Any questions or anything?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Melissa? Hello? No, Nick, you want me to go through this, or you gonna go through this?
You can go through it in terms of the preliminary matters. If you want me to do anything in terms of kind of talking about process, I'm happy to do that.
Okay. Okay, have you read the summons complaint?
I did.
Okay, and do you agree with everything in there, or some of the things in there?
Some of them absolutely.
Okay, there are some that you do not.
One, yeah.
Just one. Which one is that?
We've come here about both of the police matters.
The compliance checks.
Absolutely. I came here and never once disputed or denied or tried to say it wasn't our fault. So, I mean, absolutely.
So just for the record, just to be clear, so that would be the complaint is broken into paragraphs.
No, and you obviously don't have
Yeah.
one.
I do have it.
This
I
is
just-
this
let
is
me
the fight
just-
on the outside of,
yeah,
outside of the
let
bar.
me just finish. So it will be,
7 and 8.
yep, 7 and 8, absolutely.
Yeah.
And, you know, I told you, well, the first one, we know was my husband, the second,
Right.
you know, our bartenders know that if you ever serve anyone underage, you don't have a job here anymore, ever. So, I mean, we said that, they asked if she was fired, and I said, well, it was mutual, because she knew she could no longer work there. Like, I didn't even need to fire her,
Okay.
she knew it was over.
Just-
So that's those two.
7 and 8, you're disputing.
No,
I'm
she's
not
agreeing.
disputing at all.
Agreeing.
I come
She's-
here and talk to you about.
Yeah,
both of
yeah,
them.
yeah.
Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
no,
agreeing.
not at all.
But I thought you said you're disputing
No,
something.
no,
on
no,
this.
no, no, that's not the one, no, no.
No, I said we didn't dispute it, like, that's the ones where they did compliance checks.
Right.
I-
But, okay, are you disputing anything in the summons and complaint?
Yeah.
6,
6, okay. That's what
absolutely 6.
okay.
And, I mean,
And
well, let me kind of, like, do you want me to go over what happened? Do you not want me to do this? Like, what are we looking at? Because
Well,
I would like to explain what happened, and then my confusion is where it was, like, investigated, revealed that they had been consuming alcohol at the Doghouse Tavern, and that had not ever happened.
never happened.
So, would you like me to tell you what happened that day?
I don't think we go through this at this
It's-
point.
Today would not be the hearing date.
Yeah,
so
right,
yeah.
the-
Well, I mean, I
You
understand
either,
it's
you
not
either,
hearing.
you either
Well,
agree
yeah,
with the
it's-
entire
it's
thing or
absolutely-
challenge part of it.
So,
It's just not true.
and
Yeah.
so at this point, what the committee could do, and Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. The committee can have a separate hearing just on number 6, if you so choose. On today's date, you can, your decisions are gonna be to elect to go forward and either come up with a resolution on 7 and 8 individually, set it for a hearing, an evidentiary hearing on 6, 7, and 8, or just set it for an evidentiary hearing on 6 if you want, since 7 and 8 are already admitted. I guess there's really no reason to do an evidentiary hearing on 7 and 8 at this point.
Right. Okay, but, so we gotta go through that whole hearing process for,
Only if you
6.
want to. If you decide you can proceed on 7 and 8 alone if you want and just disregard 6. That could not be part of your decision-making process. You couldn't hold that against them. It wouldn't be, they haven't admitted anything.
Right.
So that effectively you could just cross out in your head.
okay, the committee, I'd like to not make any decisions on these, my opinion, tonight, and we're gonna have a meeting on the 27th, and we'll make our decisions at that time on any of these
Yeah,
summons
makes
and
sense,
complaints.
we can have our own attorney, if you will,
Yeah.
here for us. So, yeah.
I'm just-
I won't be here the 27th, but that's okay. You certainly will have a quorum.
Okay,
And you can deliberate today in closed session if you want, but I won't be.
right.
Yep.
I understand that, but because of time restraints,
Yeah.
I'd rather wait and do it all.
Understood.
So can I,
So
can I say my
wouldn't even- I wouldn't
opinion?
even be able to explain.
Not
myself.
right now.
Oh, you
Not
can't?
today.
No,
We're not-
it's
there's
just-
no
it's just-
penalty being imposed.
Okay.
So
No-
now.
no- everything's-
Well, this, I mean, it's also difficult because I work another job, so
Okay.
when I get 5 days notice,
Right.
you know, it's hard for me to try to,
Well,
so,
but
and
what
we were
we're-
told we were gonna have notice
What we're
last
gonna
time,
do
so-
probably, and if it's okay with the committee, we're basically talking about 7 and 8.
Right.
Unless we wanna have something on 6, what is it? You wanna have, a hearing on that? On 6?
6 is the
Or
one
just-
you're disputing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the
They're
only.
not
that's the
admitting,
one.
they're denying that
They're
one. So
denying.
it's not
Yeah,
that they're,
denying.
it's up to the committee if you want to have a hearing on 6 alone, or if you want to just take 7 and 8 at face value and proceed on 7 and 8 alone.
Mr. Chair,
Alderman
are you
Weigl?
guys open 7 days a week?
Yes, we are. 365 days a year. 20 hours a day, probably.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's really,
I-
you know,
I'm trying.
we're not, we're trying to be, you
No,
know.
again,
We have fought with every one of our bartenders, making sure they.
Yeah, that's
you know,
okay. You can,
The compliance thing, I just
Just-
forget
hold
it.
on, hold on.
okay,
Please let them
no, just, go ahead.
So
Mike.
if we are setting this off for another date, any of these sentencing type arguments, you can absolutely have on that next date, as the prosecutor can make an argument, the attorney for the board can be in on closed session if you go into it. They'll have a chance to make an argument in terms of what they think would be appropriate. I would say that all can last and wait until that date.
Until
In terms of service, the law says I have to do it with between 10 and 3 days. It's a really weird statute, but that's why you were served within that timeline.
Oh, yeah, it's just really hard.
It
'cause
is.
I'm
Okay,
like,
I don't make it.
just came from work.
It makes
We'll
no
be making our
sense.
determination on the 27th. At that time, you'll be able to come in and speak on 7 and 8, because we're not gonna go to hearing on 6, unless somebody here wants to go to a hearing just on number 6. No? All right?
You know, I'm good.
Okay, so that's where we stand, so,
All right.
So you-
okay?
Gotcha.
So you know the day you have to be back.
Yeah.
The 27th.
The 27th, you will get something in the mail,
Okay.
August.
Yeah, that's all
You
we need.
guys can't just do it today. I know you
No, we
probably.
gotta-
have some-
Realize we're cutting you a break
No, no,
by,
no.
Appreciate
by
that.
disregarding
No,
one
it's-
of the
it's-
allegations.
Yeah, no,
I
we-
would rather just, you know, like, it would feel
I-
better.
You want it, you want it over
It
now.
would
I
feel
get
better
that.
if it was
100%.
over. It's not like
And you know what?
rush,
And I
do
think that's a
whatever.
good thing. that-
Yeah.
That's how you feel.
Yeah.
You're very concerned about it, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, is that it
But
then?
it
I
just,
mean,
but we need to,
27th?
we need to discuss it, and to go into closed session and sit and debate it and everything,
Yeah.
is gonna take a long time.
I totally understand
I
that.
got you.
So
We need an attorney who
we
can
wanted
deal
to-
with us, he can't.
Okay.
We,
Right,
and
gotcha.
we wanna give you enough, time too.
Well, no,
We
as
don't
long as I know it's
we
the
don't wanna rush it,
27th,
so
that's
it's the
cool. I can
27th, so.
swap shifts.
You know,
Okay.
you know the
Okay.
day.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hugo,
Nerves.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't fall.
Hugo?
I don't see Hugo. I didn't see him.
Hugo Juarez?
Okay, so,
That's an admission of guilt.
This one was served on July 31st within our timeline to Hugo Juarez individually. or as the registered agent, I should say, so the service has been effectuated in this one, that would be admitted.
Okay,
In
so
total.
by him not appearing, it's basically he's admitting that everything's fine. So we'll do the same thing, we'll make the decision on what to do on the 27th?
Fine with
Is
me.
that okay?
Mhm.
Okay. Which leaves us with Christina Lopez. Okay, have you read the summons and complaint? And how do you plead on it? Do you agree with all those things, or no?
I do agree with, when I was there, and also 6 and 8. I did come in front of the board for 6, and at that time, there was no, no one said that the cop had said that my bartender was, swearing at the guy that called the cops or whatever, which had I known that, she would not have a job anymore with me because I've gotten rid of my other bartenders that started fights
Okay.
and stuff.
Just if you, just hold on there, so you're disputing 6?
I'm wondering, because now it's different. Like, when I came in front of the board, they said it was just like, the bartender didn't see anything, you know, that was what they said was but
Police
now
report.
it's saying that she was actually fighting with the officer, or.
I don't believe that it says she's fighting with the officer. It does say that the officer came up and heard her yelling or swearing at somebody, whoever maybe was causing the trouble or something like that. She
Okay.
wasn't fighting with the cop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
that's where I was like, oh my gosh, if she was fighting with the cop, then yeah,
Yeah, I didn't
okay.
think that
Yeah,
either.
you would've
Okay.
known about that, because she would've been in jail. Okay, what else do you not agree with on the summons and complaint?
There's,
Well, everything
I
else-
had admitted when they were there, I mean.
Okay,
I
so even number
always-
6 now,
I just wanted to know whether or not she was, because I have
okay.
I have,
So,
fired.
we get that all straight from the police report, correct?
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, so, being that.
So being clear, just to be clear, you're not
Go ahead.
denying, if with that,
No, I was there when, they came in, I was, I told them the honest truth, everything, I was always honest with them, everything is, I don't have,
Are we discussing 7 now?
yes.
No.
We're still on, what, I heard I don't know.
Oh, yes, 7
We're
was
not-
when I was there. And
She's just saying she's not disputing.
I'm not
She's not disputing anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's disputing-
So you're just agreeing with the summons and complaint and
I
saying.
do, I do
and you're asking
understand,
for
I've
our
learned
mercy.
from, I've learned from
Okay.
it.
So-
Contacted the bartender bureau at Tavern.
Tavern League?
Tavern League, yep, and have talked to them.
So
to make better choices and.
It's gonna be the same thing, we're gonna make a determination on what to do on the 27th. We'll make sure we get closed session on there.
Mr. Chair,
Alderman Weigel.
are you open 7 days a week?
So,
Yep.
so just so you know, it'll be the 27th, you will get something in the mail.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh, okay, we have the last thing, the last thing on the agenda is,
Mr. Chair, if I may?
yes,
This item, since we're running short on time, can also be handled on the 27th.
Right.
The clerk should be able to communicate with the committee by email by sending some stuff out regarding that topic.
okay, so we
Just
just.
to save time.
Yeah,
Hold it?
it'll give
What
me a chance to
number?
put a,
Right,
it'll
What
give me a
number?
chance to put a memo
No
together
number.
in the flow chart.
Oh,
okay.
oh, okay.
Yeah, this pertains to, the licenses that come in, how we distribute them, basically.
How they're agendized.
Bartender applications.
Correct.
Okay.
The filtering of
Well, all
which come to
applications.
us.
Is it all applications, or? Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's all
It's gonna ultimately be
Right.
all applications. We started with the operators.
Dog licenses?
No.
Class A.
Okay,
That wouldn't go.
so we'll be getting,
Individual.
watch your emails, we'll be getting things, and if you have any questions, you can either talk to Nick or Steve on it. Okay? But
I'm just running short
They-
on time, Mr. Chair, sorry.
they told me that, it's gonna be less work. I don't know.
For them.
Okay.
Move to adjourn. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
people, just the.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to call the Common Council to order. I will ask our clerk to call the roll to determine a quorum.
Alderman Vitale.
Here.
Weigel.
Here.
Barzak. Here. Shaplesky.
Here.
Haas.
Here.
Lysick.
Here.
May.
Here.
Frankie.
Here.
Rote. Stefanski.
Here.
10 present.
We have a quorum. Please rise and join us in the pledge, which will be led by Alderman Vitale this evening, and I'm going to ask for a moment of silence after the pledge for the victims of the shootings in Texas and Ohio over the weekend. Thank you. Move on to item D on our agendas. We have 3 items up for public hearing this evening. I'll ask the clerk to read public hearing item number 1.
Ordinance to amend sections 12.19 off-street parking, loading, and other site improvement regulations, 12.30 RE-1 residential estate district, 12.31 RA-1 residence district, 12.36 RB2 residence district, 12.37 RC-1 residence district, 12.40 C1 central business district, and 12.41 C2 neighborhood commercial district of the revised municipal code relative to short-term rental uses and updating definitions within section 12.06.
Thank you. Mr. Stiebel?
John, your microphone's not on, or it's not working.
Term rentals are typically referred to as Airbnb or renting a room for a night in a single-family home. That's what this public hearing is about, and also to bring it into conformance with the recent state law changes to short-term rental. We're also defining bed and breakfast. We're trying to differentiate them from STRs as well as tourist homes, and we're trying to use the state legislative language as the definition. And we're also talking about the licensing process, which will regulate things like should the property be owner occupied or not. Those will all be part of the regulatory process, which will be through the health department, which will be coming back at a later date. If the Common Council should approve these amendments, the staff will be working with the health department and the building department to come up with the regulations. And once we've got a draft, we'll have a public meeting to allow people to comment on the draft legislation for the short-term rental. As I mentioned, we're going to be updating all the definitions, including bed and breakfast and hotels. We'll be adding in the definitions of what a short-term rental is or a tourist rooming home, and also changing them from being special uses to be permitted uses in virtually all zoning districts except for manufacturing. The Planning Commission has reviewed this proposal, has recommended approval, and we've received no objections to date. If you have additional questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Stiebel. Are there any questions from the members of the Common Council?
Mayor Devine.
Alderman Weigel?
Mr. Stiebel, I saw it was going to become a permitted use in residential units up to 4 units, like a 4-unit apartment building?
Yes.
What about mixed-use properties?
Just 4 units. 4 rooms can be used.
So 4...
It could be a commercial down below.
Could be commercial down below.
And 4
And it could be up
units
to
above.
4 bedrooms or
4 bedrooms.
4 units?
4 bedrooms.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Devine.
Alderman Stefanski?
John, when people would apply for this special use permit, it goes through the health department, so they have to be inspected in order to do that? Is that what we're getting at?
That will be what we will probably be recommending. We don't have those regulations. We'll have them shortly. But yes, that's what we want to, one of the things we want to accomplish is get them inspected.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council?
Mayor Devine,
Alderperson Reinke.
will these be state regulated or city regulated?
City regulated
City regulated. So
through the
it's-
health department.
I see. Like group homes are state regulated,
Correct.
right? There is a difference.
Correct.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Any other questions from the common council? Seeing no more questions from the council, are there any questions from the members of the audience on public hearing number 1? We ask that you come up to the microphone. Please sign in either before or after your comments. Gotcha. We'll get you next time.
Louis Kubieski, 719 South 97th. I just have a question about wherever these things, are they going to be put on empty lots or next to an existing single-family, double-family apartments? What kind of conditions, where are these things going to be placed? I see there's 4 different divisions there, 4 different areas. So if, say
It'll
around
be in
State Fair Park.
existing single-family homes.
So if I've got a single-family home and if I've got enough room to drop a cubicle in there, I could rent that out?
If you have a bedroom that you want to lease, this is part of it.
Do you have parameter dimensions requirements?
Those are coming next. This is just to allow for the zoning part of it. The regulatory process will come next to the health department.
So why do you have it split up by divisions among the city if all the conditions would have to be uniform by size, required, uniform by being there, so there's not vacant cubicles?
There probably won't be uniform regulations. That's still up to be determined by the council, but there probably will not be. That'll be a market consideration.
What would be specific around State Fair Park?
You
have no control over that.
If this should be adopted, any single-family home could, and we don't know if we've still got some regulation issues that the council has not yet worked out, but for example, they may say owner occupied. It has to be owner occupied. Then any owner occupied around State Fair Park or anywhere in the city that's not in the manufacturing zone district could rent out a room as under Airbnb or whatever they want to use.
Say I had some relative that wanted to come in town for a month. Then they go, I got the cubicle there or whatever. Do I have to ask for another extension? Or is there a deadline on how long you can live in one of these things?
Mayor Devine?
Alderman Weigel.
I believe, sir, you're talking about a different idea. This ordinance is not about adding structures anywhere. This is not about accessory dwelling units or bringing in like a short-term rental separate building. This is about people essentially renting out their spare bedroom.
Like a bed and breakfast?
Like a bed and breakfast, yes. This is not about bringing new structures in or anything on empty lots.
That would be a great clarification if it was stated that way.
Yeah. Well, this is not about bringing in new structures. This is just about people renting out a spare bedroom or that kind of
Because
existing space.
when you have 4 different divisions already planned out, and then it starts getting muddier and muddier and muddier. Whereas if you use the same terminology from the onset, bed and breakfast conditions.
We're just conforming with what the state is telling us, right?
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any
Is there
other?
more copies of
The agenda? We'll get copies. Any other questions from the members of the audience on public hearing number 1? Okay, we will close our first public hearing, and I will ask our clerk to read public hearing number 2.
Resolution relative to determination of application for a special use permit for a proposed daycare to be located at 7601 West Beecher Street.
Mr. Stiebel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This property has been vacant for 4 or 5 years. It's been vacant probably 10 out of the last 20 years, so we're delighted to see somebody taking some action to look into it. A daycare center is proposed to be located in this building. Because the zoning is C2, it requires a special use, and that's the purpose of this public hearing this evening. The operator will be called Future Scholar Christian Academy, and they'll have 60 to 70 students averaging 4 weeks to 13 years old. The most differentiating feature of this was going to be a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week daycare facility, which I don't think we have very many, if at all, in the city. They'll have 10 full-time staff and 3 part-time staff per shift. The existing conditions will be upgraded to comply with the existing plan adopted back in January of 2012, and they'll be doing some more maintenance issues within the building. The ground floor will be the 8,500 square feet of daycare center, and then there'll be 3 apartments up above, and then there'll be 3 stall garage parking with 5 additional parking stalls on the site. They'll be dropping off around the area. They'll have limited drop-off on Beecher because of the bus stop in here, but they'll be dropping off in this particular area. 18 stalls would typically be required with the apartments and the daycare center. It's a computer impacted area, and we've waived those requirements in the past. There's the off-street parking will be in this area, and to the left here is the alley. The mode of transportation, interestingly enough, about 40% arrive by single-family car by their parents, 30% by daycare transport services, 20% of their customers walk, and 10% take the bus, which is kind of nice to be able to help reduce the traffic volume in that area. The Plan Commission has reviewed this project and has recommended approval, and we've received no objections to date. If you have any additional questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Stiebel. Are there any questions from the Common Council on public hearing number 2?
Mayor Devine?
Alderman Stefanski.
So this is gonna be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
That is correct.
And what kind of requirements are there gonna be for people coming at all hours of the night in a residential area, picking children up, dropping children off, things like that?
They'll certainly still have to comply with the city's noise ordinance, but that's an issue that we'll have to keep an eye on.
Okay.
Mayor Devine?
Alderman Weigel.
Yeah, John, I'm just going to piggyback on Alderman Stefanski's issue. I'm just trying to think, first of all, I'm glad that something's going in there finally. I think you mentioned the vacancy rate. I think it's been vacant 39 to 40 years I've been in West Allis, at least the commercial use. There was a short term, there was a daycare there for a very short time. But I have a real concern about 24-hour business in a very quiet neighborhood. I'm trying to picture the nearest 24-hour business to there. Might be Pick and Save over here on 67th and National. I'm just trying to, there's a couple bars in the neighborhood. But I'd like to see us kind of cluster our late night businesses together, places where, you know, if maybe even just, you talk about how their customers get there. I'm going to guess most of the people coming in the middle of the night aren't walking or taking the bus, you know, and not that it's not a safe neighborhood, it is. It's just the perception of this, you know, and the noise issue, you know, and the parking. I think that neighborhood's pretty well parked up at night with permit parking, and the lot's already parking short for the tenants and the employees. I'm just, you know, I guess I'd have a question for the applicant of how important that late night shift is to their business model. If it's make or break, I guess I can support it, but I'd rather not see it.
Mayor Devine, I have another question.
Alderman Stefanski.
When you were showing up that map of where they can drop off and things like that, they're not dropping off on 76th Street, right?
No, because there's no parking on 76th Street.
Right. I just meant like for a bus. A bus isn't going to pull up, put their hazard lights on, and
Yeah, the bus is going to be on Beecher Street, right on the north side of Beecher.
okay. All right, thank you.
Alderman Rote.
And John, you had mentioned that you couldn't think of any other 24-hour daycares. And I can't think of one, I don't think anybody on this council could mention, or think of another 24-hour daycare in the city. And just a comment, no response, but just a comment.
Very good.
Noted. Any other questions from the Common Council? Okay, are there any questions or comments from the members of the audience?
I haven't been here for a while. These are kind of fun. Louis Krabieski, 719. I worked for the city for a long time. 76th and 84th there are major problems for plowing. You can't afford to have something where you're dropping kids off, because parents, when they want to drop their kids off, they just pull over and drop them off. It is just an automatic. Unless you had a full-time policeman there that could give a ticket or tow them right there on the spot, they will be dropping them off on 76th and they will, or on 84th, and they will be dropping them off on the Beecher. That's an automatic thing. I live on 97th and Schlinger. There's a daycare on Greenfield. They always pull over on the right side there and drop off their kids. It's no parking. It don't mean nothing. When the parent's dropping his kids off, they're trying to get to work, they drop them off. Me, as a past employee of this city, and I did a lot of plowing through there, that would drive me crazy. Because not only will you have to be going around cars, altering your plowing system, spreading salting, like you say, 24 hours. Why do you have to have a 24-hour daycare? I mean, you're only having daycare. It's not a babysitting service. It's for you to go to work and make a living and then come back and pick them up. So are you going to have that many people there between 11 and 7 or 8? Because when you have major snowstorms, that's when all the work gets done. And if you've got cars coming and going, you can't get your work done. And you're at half staff now.
Are there any other questions from the audience?
Kimberly Cosby, 9309 West Schlinger Avenue. I just want to say, for the record, that people work all different shifts. And this 24 hours could easily be for someone who has to be at work at 3:30 in the morning and go until 7, 9 o'clock in the morning the following morning. And I don't think that it will be 40 kids there at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. It might be only 5 or 10. So I think you should consider that and know that this, evidently, it must be a need for her to do that 24 hours because she has a need from her customers. So I just wanted you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm the director of this center. I'm not the owner, but I work with the other center that we have, and there is a need for a third shift. The reason we're moving because we already have a small building that fits 30, and we have to grow. There is a need for first shift, second, and third. As far as our transportation, a lot of the kids will be getting dropped off by their parents, but we was thinking if they pull in, if y'all can pull it back up, because that's where the main door is at. We wouldn't use the corner door because of heavy traffic, and that's right there at the cross. So the parents will have to come in the back. We have a system where they will have to ring the buzzer. We will take the kids from there so that parents can get right to their cars. So we don't think that's an issue. Like the lady was said, third shift, it depends on the kids. If we got kids coming in at 12, we have to do the 24 hours. So we have to put that down by state law dealing with childcare.
Before you leave, can we have your name and address just for our official record, please?
I will, and my name should be on there. I'm Lottie Dorsey.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the members of the audience on public hearing number 2? Okay. We will close our second public hearing, and I will ask the clerk to read public hearing number 3.
Resolution relative to determination of application for a special use permit for Anytime Fitness, a proposed health club to be located at 2227, 2229, and 2235 South 108th Street.
Mr. Stiebel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the northeast corner of Lincoln and Highway 100 is the Lincoln Plaza strip mall. And the proposal tonight is for Anytime Fitness to be located in there. Health clubs are a special use, and that's the purpose of the public hearing, is to provide for the special use. They plan on having between 600 and 800 members 24 hours a day, but their peak hours are 6 a.m. to 9 and 4 to 9. And this is Zone C4, which is heavy commercial, but it still requires a special use. They'll be taken up from Singha Restaurant and figure the hut here. These three facades will be converted into the athletic facility. Most notably, I think it's going to be your typical health center, fitness center, but it will have showers, and that's kind of the differentiation between many of the health club facilities. On the landscaping plan, Lincoln Plaza has been very good about upkeeping of all their landscaping, so no additional landscaping will be required, and all their parking requirements are currently met by the existing parking spaces within the lot. The Plan Commission has reviewed this proposal, has recommended approval, and if you have additional questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Stiebel. Are there any questions from the members of the Common Council on public hearing number 3? Seeing none, are there any questions from the members of the audience on public hearing number 3? Okay, seeing none, we will close public hearing number 3. We will move on to item E on our agendas, which is citizen participation. This is where the Common Council may receive information from the members of the public during this 30-minute period. We ask that you keep your comments to approximately 5 minutes. And similar to our public hearing procedure, we ask that you give us your name and address for the record. If there's anybody that wishes to address the council under citizen participation, please come up to the microphone.
Hello, my name is Thomas Wolf. I reside at 2158 South 111th Street. I sent a letter to the full board and to the mayor. I'm apologizing now for calling him Mayor Levin instead of Mayor Devine. It was a autocorrect error when I sent it by email. So, last month was my first time coming to one of these council meetings. In the 22 years that I lived in West Allis, the only person I've really met in person is the mayor when he came to my house to get a signature to actually become mayor. So it was before he was mayor. I was a little disappointed last week when I was here with Alderman Barczak. He sent me an email after the email that I sent you. I'd just like to read a portion of it to you. And this was about the BP getting the license. He said, Thomas, I'm sure you could have used your help when the License and Health Committee voted to increase Class A licenses in West Allis from 20 to 30. I was one of the only alderpersons that fought not to do that. I warned of expansion into gas stations and drugstores. I also fought against the license to the Citgo store. But I was the lone wolf. The play on words there is nice. Now we have a BP and Quick Trip wanting these licenses. As precedent has been set, the city of West Allis could, and as I warned at the meeting, could, not will, could be held liable. I would just like to say that's not what he said at the meeting. That portion of the meeting is on YouTube, and I watched it, and that's not what you said. The exact words that you said was, where is it? I think you were talking about how nice the beer coolers were, that when you went on your excursion and the things that you did. You said, I think they might be getting an attorney real quick and trying to figure out how they didn't get one and the other one did. That doesn't sound like could. That doesn't sound like might be liable. That sounds like a little bit of innuendo to the board and the people in there. It's a little bit of bullying to me, the way that you said it, and I was taken aback by that. I've been involved in politics a little bit in the past. I've been on boards. I know how it works. And I saw the game that was being played, and it just angered me. In the letter, you continued on, and you said, but now I am the bad guy, not the members that voted to change the quota and set precedent. This word precedent comes up. What was the precedent for years prior to approving these? You bring up the word precedent like, well, since we already set precedent, there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. But 1,400 people signed a petition that said, no, we don't want that. Many more called, many more wrote emails. That was just thrown under the table. You sat in this meeting before the License and Health Committee meeting, and you said, You said in here that that gentleman over there is, who's District 3? I don't even know who's in the district for BP. Well, who's the district for BP?
District
You said-
5.
Okay, you said that guy over there.
Mosley Reinke.
Okay, you said that guy over there is responsible for everything. I didn't go to the Licensing and Health Committee meeting. I simply watched it on YouTube the next day. And I was amazed that they talked for a little bit, and then they said, Alderman Barczak. And then you talked for 6 minutes and 37 seconds about nothing, about just how beautiful the coolers were and that they had a humidor. I was appalled, and I wanted to let you know that.
Mr. Wolf, I could just, I don't know if you're finished, but if I could just interrupt you for a second, just to remind you and everybody that during this portion of our agendas, we are not allowed to respond.
I know that.
Because it's not on the agenda.
I understand that.
Okay.
I'm being passionate, like he said he appreciated my passion in a letter. I'm
Yes.
just being a little passionate
But I'm
about it.
sure Alderman Barzak would love to respond, however he can't,
Right,
so.
I understand that.
All right,
He-
thank you.
He has my email.
Sure, thank you.
Says, not sure that makes sense. I appreciate your passion, as I had the same passion not to increase the quota and fought every license with no help. It is, and this is the kicker. It is extremely interesting to see the negativity once Walsh has got involved. 1,400 people getting involved in democracy is not negativity, sir. 1,400 people signing a petition, other people calling and writing emails is what's supposed to be happening here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Does anybody else have citizen participation?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Alan Anthony Latona, and I live at 10211 West Greenfield Avenue, Lot 16 in Hillside Mobile Court Home. Now, I've lived there for 3 years. I lived at 6734 West Grant for another 10 years. And I have a strong history with West Allis through my father's business being located in the city of West Allis. At one point in time in the 70s, 6108 West Lincoln Avenue, 6100 West Lincoln Avenue, and he finally ended up at 8924 West Greenfield Avenue. His 3 sisters lived on 60th and Burnham. I've watched our city demise, and I've also watched our city grow. Mayor Devine, I give you a lot of compliments for what you've done and brought in. In council, I compliment you in many ways for the new growth that's here. I know both of these individuals because they both own businesses in my neighborhood. And it is my neighborhood. I shop at both stores. And they're both great people. And they have a right to run their businesses, and they all have a right to come to the council and petition for what they may want out of the council and due process. My issue is with what we want to change. When I was a child, a gas station sold motor oil, windshield wipers, maybe washing fluid, and a rusty old pair of, or a couple of candy bars, Hershey's, in the back counter. And maybe some cigarettes, yeah. Yeah, that's why I like Walgreens. We care for your health, but have your cigarettes, you know. Sorry. And I respect the individuals that own BP. In fact, I've worked for them. I've done work for him. Again, this is my neighborhood. But I am opposed to any more outlets in the city of West Allis that serve any form of intoxication. We have enough. Guys, we haven't, ma'am, excuse me. We have enough. We really do. I want to tell you this story, and I think I'm going to stop with this. For 10 years, I dated a woman. We were not married, but we invested in real estate in West Allis. Owned some duplexes, 76th Street, Arthur Avenue. Lo and behold, we broke up, split the properties, and I moved to 6734 West Grand. And as a child, and remember, my father was just on Lincoln, 61st Street. My dentist was right on the corner. George Webb's was there. That used to be a White Hen pantry, right? We're coming down Beloit, headed east, and my son starts to cry. He's 8 years old at this time. He's 18 now. He said, why did we move into such a poor neighborhood? He said that because of the plastering of the beer signs on that store. You know, there's that saying, you've seen that commercial, we get nose blind to socks or your son to smell in his room, right? I think we've gotten nose blind a little bit in West Allis to what we see on our storefronts. The soda signs this big. The beer, $9.99. We don't need that. You guys have worked hard to improve this city, and God bless you. You've done a great job. But all we do is bring a little more degradation, a little more ease. We want to be careful on what we turn new normal into. And I respect them. I really do respect you. And I like you. And I hope to continue to shop at your store. But more liquor outlets or beer outlets is not needed here. We've got a heroin problem. We've got an alcohol problem. We've got a poverty problem. We don't have an access to beer or liquor problem. On my street alone, there's Acropolis, or that across from Culver's. I can get beer there. I can go to Walsh's. I can go down to Kip's End. I can walk right to Olympia. 3-4 blocks later, there's another convenience store. I can buy beer there. There's liquor stores open from 9 to 9, which are well regulated. There's taverns in our town that are open at 6 a.m. till 2, and on Fridays and Saturdays until 2:30 in the morning. How much more access do people need? Well, I respect the store of BP doing their right to come to the council. I live here. My family grew up here. My father had businesses here. In fact, that sign is still sitting up on that store. We don't need more liquor. We don't need more beer. We need more of that good, positive development that you guys have been working on. I thank each and every one of you, and I thank the citizens for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to address the council under citizen participation?
Hi, my name is Pooja Dhaliwal from 10910 West Greenfield Avenue. I've spoken about this so many times. I have researched a lot. And every time I research, every time I go online to find a study, and I just recently read a study from State of Philadelphia. They had the same situation. They started issuing liquor licenses and beer licenses at gas stations. The study is online. Please Google it and read the results compared to poverty, compared to the crime rate. You'll see all the numbers there. I'm not going to repeat the numbers. They're all online. Everybody can Google it. We know the connection between alcohol and beer sales and violence has been demonstrated in multiple studies. Although the reasons are complex, we know that where alcohol is more available, people drink more, and some of these causes lead into violent behaviors. Instead of finding ways to keep our minors away from liquor and beer, why are you more focused on creating more outlets for our children to promote underage drinking? And that too into the gas stations, which is like curbside liquor? Beer is not soda. Beer has alcohol in it. This will directly or indirectly impact the children in our community. As a matter of fact, when I speak with customers who come to Walsh's Beer and Liquor, and I ask them, I let them know that there's going to be beer at the gas stations. They say, well, we can go across the street to Speedway. I'm not going to go with my kids. With due respect to their business, they want to grow their business. That's fine. Competition is okay. But at the cost of public health, maybe we need to think about it one more time. Once you allow beer into a gas station, into one cooler, it'll go into 2 coolers. Then to 3 coolers, 4 coolers, and slowly you will have a gas station converted into 50% beer store or liquor store, 60% liquor store, 70% or 80% over the years, not right away. How would the city control or have checks and balances in place to control or ensure that the limit that was approved is maintained in the gas stations? Moreover, allowing beer into one gas station means you are inviting all other gas stations in the city to start carrying beer, and you are inviting them to come and ask for a license. How many beer outlets do we need in West Allis? Or how much competition for beer do we need so that the beer can be sold at reduced prices? The 1,500 residents who have already shared their opinion about not allowing more outlets, I'm humbly requesting you to please again deny the license, or please look into factors or consider having a limit on whatever you approve. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else that wishes to address the council under citizen participation?
This is getting to be more fun. Louis Kowalski, 719 South 97th. I've lived there since 1978. I used to shop at a stop and go type place. No gas, just sandwiches, 92nd and Schlinger. Now when I go in there, I buy cigarette paper. I buy pipes. I haven't been in that thing since it switched over. It's disgusting. That's the kind of stuff that sells. When a guy comes into town, I love Quick Trip. I can't wait for Quick Trip. My wife worked at Speedway Super America for 32 years. Both of them we can't wait for Quick Trip to move in. Because what used to be a flag station on Schlinger and 103rd, it's a crap hole now. When they built up on Trekker, you guys regulated how they could set the building. That cut their business down. Stations make their money on amenities, not on gas, because it's always a tight war on the gas. I want to go there for 99-cent bananas, fresh every day, 99-cent eggs. I had hoped they put in a bait station because we don't have one in West Allis anymore. Most Quick Trips up north have night crawlers and minnows. Great. And if I want to take a 12-pack of beer, so be it. But they are very well-run company. They're clean. Their staffs are always courteous. You don't have to wait in line forever because they staff their stations to take care of the business volume that they take. And you go by any Quick Trip, and they're well-maintained. You don't see any crapola stations like on 103rd and Schlinger anymore. That used to be a flag stash. That was $1 million station there. Nobody knew that, but it was. They pulled more money in there than you can shake a stick at. They don't anymore because you can't get decent help. And it's not the help that's not decent. Your managing staff is what keeps the station clean. Quick Trip in Onalaska makes sure that their stations are run clean. I go all over the state, and I'll stop at any Quick Trip over any BP or on any marathon station or anything, because I know they have everything that I'm going to want. They got fresh bakery, they got fresh eggs, they got everything that I'm going to want if I'm on a trip. I don't know. I've seen where I live go down the tubes, but that's a welcome improvement. I can't wait for it to open.
Thank you. We're on, it's citizen participation, so you participate however you choose.
I'm Sean Radecki. I live at 1419 South 80th Street. I'm pretty inflamed. My language might get inflammatory, but nothing worse than crap hole. I promise. We received a letter, everyone in our street, back in April, sometime in April. I don't know, it's not dated. You know, I'm a music teacher. I'm a musician. I teach grade schoolers music lessons. I teach first graders music lessons, and they know if it's important, you put a date on it. There's no date on this letter. First thing it communicates to me is it's not an important issue. Sometime after we received this letter, a majority of the people I've spoken to on our street received letters warning us about the facades of our property. I received one warning me about my peeling paint on my front steps. My paint wasn't peeling. I had scraped my steps to paint it. I take that right away as some kind of intimidation. Right away, I started speculating as to whether that project on 80th Street is going to be done on time or not. So 2 weeks before the project was due to be done, project's not done. The streetlights come out. And we receive door hangers on our street that say, remember that letter back in April that said the street wouldn't be done in time? In bold print. However, the road will be open to traffic during the Wisconsin State Fair. When I say in time, I mean by the State Fair. That's the goal we were given. That's the goal that was stated to us. In the past week, past 2 weeks, we've received a lot of double talk. We've received a lot of what I interpret as intimidation and threats. A friend and I were standing on the street last week, and some little guy in a black pickup truck, a city truck, came by and he came to my house and scolded me in front of someone who was parking in my yard and told me if we didn't stop it, he's going to shut off the other end of the street. Now, I'm a musician. I only get paid once I've done my job. It amazes me that this little guy, who I'm sure gets paid 4 times what I do, who I pay, would talk to me like that. Can you empathize with this a little bit? Anyone? Talk to me. All right. Again, I'm not looking for any response except a stop to the intimidation and the threats and the petty indifference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to address the council under citizen participation?
Yes, I'd like to, I'd like to parody what Sean just said. I'm Al Michaels with 1423 South 80th Street. It seems like they started this construction project in April. In the letter that Sean just referenced, they said they would work nights and weekends if there was any kind of delays because of weather or whatever the case might be. I get home at 5 o'clock. There's no one ever there. The first week they worked till 5. The rest of the week I talk to people that are there during the day. They work maybe a couple hours and then took off. No one has done any work except for taking out the street lights, which is security system because it's dark on our street. That's the only thing they've done in the last month. Our street looks like a war zone. It's all gravel. Our lawns are torn up. And like Sean said, we get intimidation letters saying, "Oh, well, you need a paint job on your house," whereas they don't care about the streets or the weed gardens growing in our lawn. Another thing, I talked to Alderman Weigel a couple times. This was like 2 weeks before State Fair. On Wednesday, I believe I talked to him, and he said, well, they're going to pave the street, but the sidewalk will not be done in time. They'll put cones over the holes and so people can walk and be safe. I talked to him again on Friday. Well, that plan changed. They said, well, they're going to leave the street, but they're going to work on the sidewalks. By Monday, so that's 4 working days, the plan had changed again. They're not going to do the street. They're not going to do the sidewalk. They're going to put temporary asphalt on the sidewalks so people could walk. It's like no one has a plan for this thing. This has been going on since April. It's now the first week of August. No one cares about our cars. As Sean mentioned, that engineer that threatened us, he comes down in a 2-ton pickup picking up dust and dirt, and he doesn't care about that, but if we have another car come down to park on our lawns, all of a sudden he threatens us. He says, you don't pay taxes on the money. How does he know? This guy was just threatening us and trying to intimidate us. So our main thing is we would like to know a result. When is this project going to be over with? It seems like it's never ending. That's the main thing. There's no communication with the citizens. That's all I have.
Thank you.
I was real short. To clarify, yes, this little guy in the pickup truck speculated as to our tax status. He's not my accountant. He's a failed engineer or whatever he is. I'm not interested in what he thinks about my taxes. That's not his job. My accountant gets his job done. I told you I'd be inflammatory. Sorry.
Thank you. Any other comments under citizen participation?
Hi, my name is Michelle Rushing. I'm at 2234 South 65th Street, and I'm actually here on behalf of BP. Now, this is my favorite gas station. We have many, many liquor stores that sell beer and even liquor, and BP is only looking to get wine, the soft stuff. I do understand about the lady saying about poverty and things like that, but I would think I'm a responsible individual, and there are many of us out there. I would like to be able to go to my favorite gas station and pick up a small bottle of wine to enjoy after a hard works week. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to address the council under citizen participation this evening? Okay, seeing none, we will close citizen participation. We will move on to item F on our agendas on page 2. Our standing committees will be meeting during recess. Those room numbers are listed on the agenda on top of page 2. Item G is the mayor's report. Just one quick thing is a reminder that Friday night is one more food truck Friday at the farmer's market. Friday evening coming up. Are there any reports from the alderpersons this evening?
Mayor Devine,
Alderman Lysick.
I believe there's a modification to our minutes from July 16th. If the clerk would please read that.
Sure. Thank you, Alderman Lysick. I did notice a few corrections that we made today on the minutes. Page 5, I don't know if you want me to list them all. I'd like to. Okay.
Yeah.
Page 5, about third of the way down under license and health, Chairman Haas should have been Chairman Szapleski.
Oh, man.
Sorry. Then skip all the way to page 16. And basically, I just corrected the verbiage of the denial for number 9. Shiana Her. The wording wasn't correct, so I changed it to, this matter was denied in a block vote. I think block vote was in there twice. Based on the habitual pattern of the violations and the committee's determination that the violations were substantially related to the licensing activity. It's basically verbiage that the attorney presented at the meeting. On page 20, under number 82, under the motion, added subject to necessary requirements, that was left off. And then on number 83, the motion was changed to, this matter was denied based on this location being problematic in past years when it was licensed for alcohol sales and consumption on premises, and it is not appropriate to continue alcohol sales and on-premises consumption at this location at this time. And then the final correction was the motion for adjournment was not originally included, and now it is.
So the meeting is still going.
Mayor Devine.
Still going, yes.
Alderman
I move
Lysick.
for approval of the minutes as corrected. Second.
There is a motion and a second by Alderman Rote. Any other changes? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We'll now go to item J. We have the beautification awards, item 5 through 8, and then item 9 will be sent to the city attorney. Shall we approve items 5 through 8, or?
Make a motion to place items 5 through 8 on file and send number 9 to the city attorney.
Second. There's a motion with a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Item K, we have no standing committee reports this evening.
Mayor Devine.
Alderman Lysick.
I move that we stand in recess until conclusion of the committee meeting.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are in recess.
I can drop it off for you if you want, after this meeting. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, if you wanted to deliver it to a person, that's. Correct.
Okay, first thing we have, item number 54. This is combination of the special event permit for the bar code. Address on here.
Yeah, which one is that? Is that 60th Street and Beloit?
Oh, that's a new one, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Used to be Ron's Pub?
Yeah, 60th and the railroad tracks.
Railroad tracks, yeah. Yeah, not Beloit, yeah. Mobile.
And what number are you on, 54?
First one.
Number 54, yeah. So this is, this would be,
Move approval, subject to necessary requirements.
Second.
whomever. Would you write down?
Nay.
Okay.
Just split second.
I just figured we should have the same. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. 54A. Another special event. For the Lemowski's Pub, 89th and Greenfield. What time we got here till 11?
8.
11 a.m. till 8 p.m. Okay. Anybody got any?
Move approval.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. 54B. It's a music application.
I move approval.
Oh,
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? And we finally make it to 55.
I move approval, subject to necessary requirements.
This would have to go as amended because there was a correction of a name.
As amended.
Which name is correct?
Approval. Okay. Okay. Who second? Someone seconded?
On a second.
Okay. me
All
second.
they did the first time.
Is there any further discussion on this? Any of these? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Then we have a communication from Mark Lutz, changing the name, West Allis Coffee.
Approve and place on file.
Second.
Station 6 right next to Station 2?
Yeah. How did it get to 6?
Yeah.
Any
Is there a
further
secret
discussion?
Station 5 somewhere I don't know about?
Any relevant discussion? All in favor?
56.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Thank you. You just started.
We don't, we voted for it, I think.
Okay, we have item number 57, application, oh.
No, I gotta pull out my cheat sheet.
Sure, I left copies if anyone wants,
Oh.
the pack if anyone wants copies
These are copies of.
of those applications, yes. I think it's maybe 4.
Share with you.
Yeah.
Operating while intoxicated.
Basically, you're asking if do we want them as,
they all the same?
6 or 16? I would say we call this person in.
Yep, Mr. Hamilton? Yes.
Okay, so we'll hold that. Okay, then we have, are all of these?
Yeah, those
Yeah,
three.
they're all right here. Adriana Hernandez?
Okay.
16, 18.
Mr. Chair, on Adriana Hernandez, I'm going to suggest, no, we don't need to call her in.
Yeah,
okay.
She has only 2 operating while suspended. That's certainly not any type
Right.
of habituality, and she has a current valid license. So I'm going to move approval on her.
Okay.
Second.
Any further discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Then we have item number 59, Mr. Rodriguez.
Maricela Rodriguez, that's a woman, I think. Retail theft, yeah,
going to move approval, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. I believe that's all we have.
Mr. Chair, I just want to quick say, based on our meeting we had earlier, that is essentially what you'd be doing.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
That's what that meeting was. All right. All right, oh, we have to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Sit here for a while.
All right, and then the Administration and Finance Committee will come to order. And our first item on our agenda is a joint referral with Public Works. It's item number 10, which is a resolution authorizing the Director of Public Works to sign a proposal of professional service agreement related to Milwaukee Water Works wholesale customers, etc.
Move approval.
Motion from Alderman Weigel and a second from Alderman Rote. And is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I read this. Still don't fully understand exactly what we're getting out of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're intervening in Waukesha's case because Milwaukee is giving them benefits that the city of West Allis and other metros do not get. So we're trying to make sure that they can pay their own fair shares rather than just pay it in like a per gallon-ish thing at the end of the day. Mike Rufka from our water utility has been super involved in this, and he's been tracking it, and it's a whole metro group that's doing the intervention. So it's basically to get fair pricing.
Gotcha. Make sure we're not paying more than.
Not paying, make sure we're
There
not
it
paying
is.
even
Not
more.
having to pay for any of the stations that they're building right now, which doesn't seem right.
Any way we can get in on some of those stations?
That's what we're also working on.
Do you know anyone in Milwaukee?
Just a few people. They might not talk to me.
They might. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. And then item 11 is a communication from Director of Public Works regarding a chiller at the police department.
Move to place on file.
And we have a motion from Alderman May.
Second.
Second from Alderman Weigel. Any discussion? Please, Alderman Rote.
They're still not done with it, right? Isn't there like halfway,
Correct.
like, this is tip of the iceberg type thing where?
This is.
Iceberg.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
This is
go
kind
ahead.
of just a
Pretty
warning.
good.
Yeah.
We're trying to repair the first part when the other ones went down, and so now I think, I don't know if we're at the point where we're renting one yet or not,
think
if
yet.
not, but that's probably a possibility in the transition. This one goes down and then we will
So
need
the
to
solution,
purchase,
they put a whole new one on,
yes,
which is,
or else it will be very hot in the police department.
I'm not worried about the jails.
Firefighters handle it well. I'm kidding.
Mr. Chair?
Dan, our.
Alderman Weigel.
Um,
Oh, I'm sorry.
how much is this cost?
Alderman Rote.
About, I don't have the, please.
This is, I don't believe
This
that
was-
we have a final amount. This is just letting you know that
That
something
it's
is
something could come.
coming.
Get
Letting
ready.
you, it could, I'm trying to remember,
There
if
was
it's a couple.
225
yeah.
list, 225.
I'm sorry, what?
225,000 was listed in the memo.
Mhm.
About 180 of it would be the new unit, and about 45,000 for the rental, if it has to happen.
Okay.
Mr.
Alderman
Chair.
Weigel.
That's gonna be my question. If, I understand that if we're under a time constraint and it's like an emergency repair, but if we go to a rental, does that give us time to put it out to bid? Is this looks like it's being sole sourced to this Butters Fitting,
Well,
right?
it's not being sole sourced, that's what Dave's doing right now, is getting pricing.
Okay.
Oh,
So
speaking
it
of-
gives him, while they're working on it, it's giving him their.
Yeah.
We were talking about
Talking
The chiller.
stuff. I just said you were in the process of getting pricing, and the 180 and the 40.
Yeah, we're trying to verify the amount and the reason why the chillers needs repair or replacement, I should say. So we do have an average approximate cost of $225.
So Dave, you're trying to get an amount, are you talking to different vendors or you're?
Different contractors.
Different contractors to, yes, I just wanted to make sure that we're not just, okay, sure, whatever, here's a check. Yeah.
The rental would likely come from Butters Bedding though, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Any further discussion? right, the motion is to place on file. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Item 12, resolution extending the agreement for professional services with the Horton Group
For
for.
approval.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Alderman
Chairman.
Chabusky, yes.
I know I had experience with them, and I was definitely impressed with them. The pricing is the same, or?
It's going up slightly. I believe it's about 12,000 a year. They are providing us more services than initially they did. They're doing a lot more with our retirees and with our benefits. So, but we were able to keep it, minimize the increases by and extend it for 3 years. Initially, we started with a 2-year. I asked to have a 3-year, but then also wanted out that if the people that are currently working with us are no longer there, that we have an ability to find other assistance at that time.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Item 13 is a resolution relative to approving a contract with Aurora Healthcare for our health risk assessments.
Move approval.
And we have a motion
Second.
from Alderman Weigel, second from Alderman Japlesky. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Item 14, resolution authorizing $25,000 from Community and Economic Development Investment Fund to create a space at the Aurora West Allis Medical Center.
Mr. Chair?
Alderman Rope.
We've done this every year, right? This is the same thing where once we did
Used to be
something for the
15.
emergency room and.
It's been 25.
It's been 25 for a
Right,
while.
okay.
Yeah, since I've been here, it's been 25. I don't know what it was previous to that.
But it's the same concept, we're.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
And Alderman May, yes.
Yeah, I think it's been, when this first came to us, I think they wanted it for some program, and we said we want it to go to infrastructure. So it has to go to capital within the building, since we own the building. And I believe, reading this, that's where it'll be going. I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Item 15, resolution authorizing Director of Development to enter in professional service agreement with Cloudburst Group.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
This is IDIS training, it's the format of.
Yeah, tell me what
software.
IDIS is, or,
IDIS is just the federal acronym for their federal reporting system.
okay.
I can't even actually remember the breakdown of those.
And that's the federal reporting of our housing
Our
assistance
CDBG,
that we, no,
Community Development
okay.
Block Grant Funds.
Okay.
It's also the financing, finance management system for those funds. We've had some retirement and turnover, and we think it would be great to bring the HUD certified trainer into our offices here to provide some direct training to our current staff that we have working in community development block grant funds. I think it's going to be helpful with us in the financial management as well as beneficiary reporting in the future.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
It's a small $5,000 cost.
Thank you.
And it's
Okay.
charged to community development block grant funds.
From what I
And Ms. Grill,
understand,
yes.
it's more cost effective to have the person come here than to have staff go to DC.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Move for approval.
Yeah, motion from Alderman Chaplesky, second from Alderman May. And any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Item 16 is resolution approving the rescission and refund of property taxes.
Move approval.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just want to note that I think this is kind of interesting. We taxed ourselves
By mistake?
by mistake.
By fire?
We taxed fire, if I recall from reading of the.
Which one, 60, 17?
Right, this one was the fire one.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, taxed fire. Not fire department, first ring industrial.
Yeah. That, Station 6. Yeah.
That was station 4 and 5.
4 and 5. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Item 17 is resolution approving terms and conditions of an economic.
Move for approval.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chairman?
Patrick.
I'd like to recommend that we make one amendment to the loan terms. It's not to the resolution, it's just to the loan terms. It would be 90 days of interest-only payments and then regular P&I payments following that, amortized over the same time period, 10 years. I'm matching something I did not get until Friday afternoon, which was they loan terms from the Wisconsin Lung Chamber of Commerce, which is also a partner in the loan, not with our funds, but part of the project. So I'm just matching those terms.
And on that issue, just because I was curious from further clarification, Wisconsin Hmong Chamber of Commerce is involved. The folks aren't Hmong. You don't have to be Hmong to receive funds from the Hmong Chamber of Commerce, which was new to me.
They're diversifying,
They're
right?
diversifying their portfolio.
Okay. Alderman Chaplesky, you'd wish to make a motion to approve as amended?
As amended.
Okay.
Second, as amended.
Okay. And any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. And item 19, communication from the city administrator transmitting traffic violation and accident reports.
18.
You skipped one, 18.
The staples
The
are stuck
telephony
together.
No
provider.
respect. He gets no respect.
Thank you.
When everything's running fine, you don't even know who he is.
Item 18, communication from IT director regarding moving to Windstream, from Windstream to Spectrum for city's telephony.
Move approval, or place on file. Approve place on file.
Yeah, it's, we need to approve that. It
Approve
comes
place-
as a communication,
yeah,
but we
approve
need
place.
to approve it. Yeah, and so thank you, Alderman Weigel, and there's a second from Alderman May. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, now number 19. Communication from city administrator regarding traffic violation accident reports. A motion to place on file.
So moved.
Second.
And any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Item 20 is an item that we acted on already and voted favorably 5-0. So we'll move on to item 20A on our supplemental agenda, which is the reclassification of the fire department equipment mechanic to fleet manager.
I move approval.
Second.
Motion from Alderman May and a second from Alderman Chaplesky.
Mr. Chair,
Alderman Rote.
you always took your fire trucks over to Public Works, correct?
See that again?
Oh, I'm sorry. You always took, this is for your mechanic
Correct.
/ fleet manager.
Right.
And fire trucks are always taken over to Public Works to get work done, correct?
In the past, yeah.
Okay.
And currently, you're.
So this guy, or gal, I'm guessing, a guy, just.
Fire truck mechanic?
Because someone called me last week, and they're gonna be at Station 2. I guess just tell me a little more about this.
Station
And
6.
why the fleet part, and why the, what I would call a fair amount, tremendous amount of raise in this from mechanic to fleet guy, fleet person.
Yeah, I can speak on that. So,
And then you're more than welcome to come up here if you'd like, or stay there if you're comfortable.
so the position of fire mechanic, the move in pay is really to come in line with, similar to what the police department has in their fleet manager, and also with some of our neighboring municipalities that also has that same position. So originally, we had listed it as an equipment mechanic. A fire mechanic is really far more diverse in the equipment that they have to work on, the specialty skills that they have to have. So that's why we were asking for the change in that scale. So the person would be tasked with managing the pumps, the aerial apparatus, all of the specialty equipment that's housed within those apparatus as well as the regular day-to-day staff vehicles that are used within the fire department.
And also to your question, Alderman, as Jason mentioned, if we were to place this position as a mechanic, they'd be consistently or significantly paid less than their counterparts at North Shore Fire Department, which is a comparable here in Milwaukee County, and City of Wauwatosa, both of which have a mechanic / fleet manager.
And the PD is mechanic / fleet manager as well?
Yes.
And same pay?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Grill.
This would be in the same classification as the police fleet manager position. It was reviewed by our consultant, Carlson Detman, to ensure that it was placed in the appropriate level. As you know, we're going through the market study of our salary schedule for existing positions, so it's a possibility that perhaps in the future, some of the other mechanic positions might, the recommendation may be increase in pay, I don't know, but this is what the recommendation is to make them the same as the police department.
And the chairman can cut me off if he likes, but
No.
am I gonna hear the word compression with this job? And what I'm getting at is, why would I wanna be the fleet manager if the guy driving the truck is making more than I am? Are we gonna be hearing that? And I might be wording it all wrong, but I think you guys are getting what I'm saying.
These are not represented or sworn. This is not someone.
Oh, I did not know
Yeah.
that. I thought it was gonna be
Yes.
okay.
No, this will be someone hired.
And my apologies.
That's okay, no, we understand. This will be someone hired specifically to manage the fleet and with expertise to do very complex repairs on the fleet and auxiliary equipment. They are not firefighters, they are not paramedics.
I did not know that. And this person can fix anything. We won't have to send it anywhere.
Oh, they'll be sending.
They'll be someone to send out. It's, won't be limited as much by the person's expertise as by our equipment here. There are some jobs that may simply be too big for one person to do in a fire station. But the goal is to keep as much as we can in-house.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Why would you do that? You have been sending them to Public Works. So what's the advantage? Well, the advantage is this person's been more specialized. So are you still sending it to Public Works for certain things, or this
Oil
person's doing
changes.
everything?
The goal is to, we'll have a cooperative relationship with Public Works where if necessary, we can request their help on some projects. But the goal is to handle our repairs in-house or send out to specialized contractors when necessary, rather than rely on Public Works.
Why is that?
Well, and that's something that occurs currently with DPW as well. Sometimes there's jobs because of the specialty that even they can't handle the job either. So that wouldn't necessarily be a change. It would just be consistent with current practice.
And Ms. Greeley, you'd want to chime in?
I just wanted to mention the fact that we did invest significantly in new equipment for the fire department, and this position would assist in the preventive maintenance of the equipment to ensure a longer life than we previously had with some of the equipment.
The kerosene on the underbody.
Yeah.
Who used to do that? No, they don't do that anymore. It worked.
Hallway.
Is he?
Yeah, Jerry, yeah.
Jerry Monitors.
Mr. Chair, one more thing.
Alderman
And
Rowe.
if I ask the West King Public Works guy, now that this mechanic is all freed up by you guys, what is that person gonna do?
So what we did in our next budget cycle, we're proposing moving one mechanic into the electrical division as a maintenance repair.
Okay.
To help our welder slash certified welder slash mechanic. That position is going to be coming open with a retired position, so we'll hire for a welder slash mechanic there. So there'll be another position freed up.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Alderman Weigel.
Couple questions. Does this person work for us already, or are we gonna be recruiting?
We'll be recruiting.
Okay, so we don't know that we can't fill the spot at a certain wage. You're just thinking that how high we're gonna need to go to get a qualified applicant.
I can add to that, Marty. Yeah, they have someone in mind, and to get this person to jump on board with us, we need to add a sweetener also, is where this is coming from.
Okay. And then my second question is, I understand this person's gonna be doing, you're saying basic maintenance, like oil changes and stuff like that?
Yes.
But, that seems to me like the kind of job you could have a lower waged, lower skilled person do. You don't pay a chef to wash dishes if you don't need to, So, and I guess that's why I kind of like the model. So that routine maintenance is all gonna be done in-house? You're not gonna be sending stuff over, not that Public Works is necessarily making less money, but they're set up to do it, I think, more efficiently. Well, maybe they're not with the old building and all that. That's probably part of it too, right? Yeah, well, you see what I'm saying? We're gonna be paying a person a lot of money to do very low-skilled stuff.
low skill items such as oil changes, hopefully would be, that would be not the routine task for that person.
Okay.
That would be a small tidbit of what they do. It really wouldn't require a lot of their time. Much of their time would be in some of the maintenance and testing of some of the specialty.
Well, I understand ladders and all that stuff. I don't know where you even find that guy, you know?
If I can add, Alderman, a lot of times those, what we would call lower skilled items are rolled into a package of maintenance that also encompasses some very technical things. So while an engine is in for an oil service and a lube, it's also probably having its pump checked and other repairs made to the pumping apparatus, things that oil change tech probably isn't.
So while it's offline for the oil change, it's
It's
getting
really
other stuff.
important
Okay.
to limit that offline
Nope,
time as
I
much
get
as
it.
possible. One
I
other
get
thing
it.
I'll add to this is that in our most recent reaccreditation process, that's where peer assessors from outside of our area come in and look at how we're doing things. One of the strategic recommendations for our department to limit liability was to have a mechanic work on our apparatus that's truly certified as an emergency vehicle technician. The DPW used to have someone on staff who had that certification, but it hasn't for a period of time. So this is a way to ensure that going forward, our repairs are made by a certified EVT.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Item 21, we already acted on yesterday. And then moving on to item 22, we already acted on yesterday. And then item 23, can I have a motion to place on file?
So moved.
Second.
And any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. And anything else to properly come before the committee?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Barzak. Here. Shaplesky. Here. Haas.
Here.
Lysick.
Here.
May.
Here.
Frankie.
Here.
Rote. Here. And Stefanski.
Here.
That's 10 present.
A quorum is still present. Administration and Finance Committee, Alderman Haas.
The Administration and Finance Committee met and acted on the following items, and starting with our joint referral items. Item 10 was adopted, item 11 was placed on file, items 12 through 18 were adopted, 19 was placed on file, 20 was approved, 20A from the supplemental agenda was approved, and 21 through 22 were approved, 23 was placed on file. That is the Administration and Finance report. I move for approval.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Barzak.
Aye.
Shaplesky.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Lysick.
Aye.
May.
Aye.
Ranky.
Aye.
Rote. Aye. Stefanski.
Aye.
10 yeses.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mayor Devine.
Thank you. We will now move on to the Public Works Committee, Alderman Barzak.
I would like to bring your attention to items number 24 through 37 on tonight's agenda. 24 through 36 are resolutions, all adopted by the committee members. Number 37 is a communication to be placed on file. I move for adoption of the committee's report.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the Public Works Committee report? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Barzak.
Aye.
Shaplesky.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Lysick.
Aye.
May.
Aye.
Ranky.
Aye.
Rote. Aye. And Stefanski.
Aye.
That's 10 yeses.
Motion carries.
Mayor Devine, that's all. Thank you.
Go on to the Safety and Development Committee, Alderman Lysick.
Here to buy. I refer you to items 38, 39, 40, 41A, 41B, 42, 43, 48, 49 as amended, 52, and 53 on your agenda. All of these items are acted upon favorably by all 5 members of the committee. I move for adoption of the committee report on those items.
Second.
There is a motion with a second by Alderman Barzak. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, in reference of item 48, the only reason I'm voting just for the Beer A license, it is because somebody else
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the place on file.
this is placed on file, that one,
Yep.
right? Okay, good.
That's the communication.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? No discussion? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Barzak.
Aye.
Shaplesky.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Lysick.
Aye.
May.
Aye.
Ranky.
Aye.
Rote. Aye. And Stefanski.
Aye.
That's 10 yeses.
Motion carries.
I then refer you to items 41 and 46 on your agenda. This is a resolution approving the development agreement between the City of West Allis and a developer, Lincoln Hospitality Group, for Lincoln West Corridor Development Project. That's the Holiday Inn Express. And item 46, which is a resolution designating the proposed boundaries and approving the project plan for tax incremental District Number 17, which is the Lincoln West Corridor for that project. Acted upon favorably by all 5 members of the committee. I move for adoption of the committee report. Item 41 is as amended by by a letter that's included in here with approval of the city attorney.
Second.
We have a motion with a second by Alderman Vitale. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Barzak.
Aye.
Shaplesky.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Lysick.
Aye.
May.
Aye.
Ranky.
Aye.
Rote. And Stefanski.
Aye.
That's 9 yeses and 1 no.
Motion carries.
47 on your agenda is a resolution to determine special use application to establish alcoholic beverage sales at an existing fuel station at 10537 West Greenfield. Acted upon favorably by 4 members of the committee, 1 member voting no. I move for adoption of the committee report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Mayor Devine,
Alderperson Reinke.
I do have a problem with this one. The mayor, the council, and I think you would agree, we're all trying to improve our image. And as that man stated on the council floor, we are doing a good job. But allowing beer and cider at the gas stations, is this the way to improve our image? I don't think so. To date, we have convenience stores, grocery stores, restaurants, drugstores, taverns, bars, beer depots, over 160 licenses out there selling beer. Gas stations are applying next. Where do we draw the line? We already are in the top 20 listed as the drunkenest city in the nation, according to 24/7 Wall Street and USA Today. A vote for this special use, excuse me, a vote for this special use will have a domino effect. You watch. All the gas stations in West Allis will be wanting to jump on the bandwagon. Is that what we want for our community? I don't think so.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Devine,
Alderman.
I'd just like to remind everyone that this is not for the license. This is a special use permit for the purpose that they could get a license. The license is determined by License and Health Committee, not Safety and Development. So this is just for the special use.
Right.
Thank you. Alderman Vitale.
Mr. Mayor, the only reason, like I say, I will vote for, because already we do have other gas stations, I believe, that are Class A license. So that's the reason I vote for this one, because by voting really against, it's not gonna do any good, really, you know, in fairness, because, I mean, I don't wanna get sued by you know, newcomers, you know, that because if it would never really pass to 1 or 2 gas stations prior, then I think I would have voted against this, really, I would. But in this case, you know, I have no much choices, really. I mean, I don't want to jeopardize now, after we have this as an ordinance in place for the last, I don't know, year, couple of years, so I cannot really turn my back on, really, because in this case, that will just cause some problems within our structure, you know? And that's the reason I'll vote aye. I'm not really happy about it, but that's the reason I will vote for, you know?
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Rote.
Not that it helps, but it's a Class A beer. There's no liquor, which was first proposed early on into this process.
Thank you, Alderman. Any other discussion? If there's no other discussion, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Barzak.
Aye.
Plesky.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Lysick.
Aye.
May. No. Reinke.
No.
Rote. Aye. And Stefanski. 7 yeses and 3 nos.
Motion carries.
I then refer you to items 50 and 51 on your agenda. This is a resolution of termination of application for special use permit for the daycare at 7601 Beecher, and this is as amended, and this limits the hours of operation from 6 to midnight. And also item 51, which is the application to be placed on file. Acted upon favorably by 4 members of the committee. I move for adoption of the committee report on this item.
Second.
There is a motion with a second. Is there any discussion? There's no discussion. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Barzak.
Aye.
Shaplesky.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Lysick.
Aye.
May. Aye. Reinke.
Aye.
Rote. Stefanski. No. That's 9 yeses and 1 no.
Motion carries.
That is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Next up, we will do the License and Health Committee, Alderman Chaplesky.
I'd like to bring everyone's attention to items number 54, 54A and 54B, 55 and 56, 58 through 61, 68 and 69 on tonight's agenda. These are various license reports and communications. They are voted for approval. Approval subject to necessary requirements or to place on file by all 5 members. Then we have item number 64, 65, and 67. These are 2 of them voted for approval, 1 to place on file by 4 members of the committee with 1 member excused. I'd like to move for the adoption of this portion of the committee's report.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Then we have item number 62. This is a license. It was voted 4-1 for approval as amended. I'd like to move for the adoption of this portion of the committee's report.
Second.
There's a motion with a second by Alderman Vitale. Is there any discussion?
Mayor Devine,
Alderman May.
I would just like to comment, I will be voting against this license application. I do believe we have enough beer and liquor for sale in this area of the city of West Allis, which differentiates it from the other gas station that does also sell beer. That is why I will be voting no. That and 1,400 petitions and multiple calls against it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Barzak.
Aye.
Plesky.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Lysick.
Aye.
May.
No.
Frankie.
No.
Rote.
Aye.
And Stefanski.
No.
7 yeses and 3 noes.
Motion carries.
Then we have item number 73. This is an ordinance. It was passed by 5 members. I'd like to move for the adoption of the final part of the committee's report.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Barzak.
Aye.
Plesky.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Lysick.
Aye.
May.
Aye.
Frankie.
Aye.
Rote.
Aye.
And Stefanski.
Aye.
That's 10 yeses.
Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. Mr. Rowe has the last thing on me.
Oh, yes, yes. Thank you. We don't let this guy up here very often, so.
He's all excited.
I'd like to bring the council's attention to item 63 on tonight's agenda. It was voted favorably by 3 people, 1 being present and 1 being excused. I move for the acceptance of this item 63.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
63.
No discussion. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Barzak.
Aye.
Chaplesky. Haas.
Aye.
Lysick.
Aye.
May.
Aye.
Frankie.
Aye.
Rote.
Aye.
And Stefanski.
Aye.
That's 9 yeses and 1 abstention.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good job. We will conclude with the advisory committee this evening. Alderperson Ranky.
Mayor Devine.
So that wouldn't be enough, yeah. So I guess I don't know the whole story.
I direct the council's attention to items numbers 74, 75, 76, and 78 on tonight's agenda. 2 resolutions, 1 communication, 1 appointment, all approved by 5 members of the committee. I move for its approval.
Second.
Mayor Devine.
There is a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Barzak.
Aye.
Chaplesky. Haas.
Aye.
Lysick.
Aye.
May.
Aye.
Frankie.
Aye.
Rote. Stefanski.
Aye.
That's 10 yeses.
Motion carries.
At all.
Thank you.
That's all.
Mayor Devine.
Alderman Lysick.
I move that we adjourn until our next regularly scheduled meeting, Tuesday, September 3rd at 7 p.m.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? We are adjourned.